Hello, friends. Welcome to Roll the Quest, where hopefully you can hear me and you get authentic, late, and technically difficult D&D, which, again, I do think adds to the experience, truly. With that, save random pillow shenanigans. I don't think we have anything this week. So we're just going to jump right back into our story. Last week, after successfully putting together the story of the current Dragon King, or in the current time of the Dragon King, I should say, you all had a bit of a mix-up, we'll call it. You had an encounter that you were challenged to overcome, although the encounter was truly how well did you know each other. You effectively soul-swapped, as Jasmine had said, and got to play each other for a combat, fighting off effectively giant scarabs. Combat itself ended up not being too harmful. However, did experience some new understanding, some frustrations, I'd say, with how each of you work.
I had a great time.
Fire Claws was indeed great. With that being the case, after successfully passing and eliminating the scarab, the scarabs, sorry, you woke back up in Orthavale's Manor. It seemed the entire encounter was a dream of some kind. You did even have a hint of the exhaustion or any of the battle fatigue from the encounter. You had I'm going to say a long breakfast as a conversation came up on Razu's intent for the Cube of the Infinite, and there was certainly some discord on how the Cube of the Infinite might be utilized. That said, a decision on that was actually not fully come to, as you were invited by the Dragon Prince outside, who requested to have a conversation with you. Exactly what he wanted or what he's looking to talk with you about, to be determined. Zephyr, you were the first one to say that... no, it was Gurgle. I apologize. Whatever the case is, the better way to say this is after your guys' conversation had reached, we'll say a stopping point, we'll say for now, after a pin was put in your conversation, you all moved outside to go speak with Vorthalax and whatever it is he might be summoning you for. So, you're a fucking child. Don't sorry, Gurgle's got cherries modeling over the weird way that they look. So, after you all have... Chill, dude, chill with the cherry. After all of you decided to go meet with Vorthalax, your wonderful butler, Patal, who was there for your entire conversation, although did not seem to comment on it in any way. He didn't even seem to react in any kind of fashion. But upon you all deciding that you were ready to go speak with him, he again opens that same almost Mercury-like portal as he kind of waving behind him opens the door leading out of really the center of Lone Peak, wherever it is that Orthavale's Manor would be. Assuming that you all just move forward, you would again find yourselves on the outside of Lone Peak.
So I know I failed this last time, but I'm going to try again. I'm going to look for the rune on his right hand and see if I can recognize it.
Go ahead and make a perception check. Welcome, by the way, Tally. I hope I said your name right.
22.
22?
Oh, wait, I have advantage. 22.
22. There's something that is engraved, or might be better to say carved into his hand.
Well, I recognize the left one. I just did not. I haven't seen the right one yet.
There is something in his other hand as well. However, you're not quite able to pick out, other than you know that they're different. There's a different rune carved into each hand.
Okay.
With that being the case, as you guys enter through the portal, again exiting Orthavale's Manor and the grounds surrounding it, ending back out in the festival. It is early morning. Many of the stalls are actually just now getting set up. There are there's some criers, some almost messengers calling out results of different conquests of different party, including hearing of your own party. that you have been successful in your first 5 trials of conquest. Pity that not everyone could see some of them, but them's the works of the Dream Dragon. Pray that you too can one day be visited in your dreams. Past that, there seems to be 2 other groups that are being called out as victorious. Despite you beating them in the first encounter, a familiar crew of goblins and an orc are called out as successful in enough conquests to be advancing into the final stages. The third and final appears to be a lone individual, a young dragonborn. As you kind of like hear the crier almost yelling about this young dragonborn, at first it's like young dragonborn, and then you also get the impression young small dragonborn, much too small to actually be participating. It's a mystery. But
What
that
color
is
the dragonborn?
Doesn't say. These are just what are effectively being called out, almost like morning news. Again, as the stalls continue to be set up, you just kind of like look around expecting Vorthalax to be here. You don't immediately see any dragons. Other than the dragon sentries that have been watching the festival, there's no dragons readily apparent.
So we came out of the portal into basically like a bazaar.
You guys came back in, yes, the festival where you guys initially had. You would not be far off from where your guys' encounter with the orc crew would be.
Can I make a perception check for the... I think it was an elf. It's been a while. I apologize. Basically the ringleader, the owner of the chimera thing that I saw before.
Make a perception check.
28.
Okay. As you look about the festival, you do not see said elf, nor do you see any signs of really any exotic beasts. It seems that from the encounters that you had, as well as some of the pets that you saw wandering the festival previously, there is likely someone that they're stored away from the festival. As you're in the earlier hours of the morning, it seems overall, most of the individuals here are more so the patrons of different stalls, setting up games. The festival seems to become much more alive in the early afternoon. The morning is almost entirely dedicated to setup. With that being the case, you do also notice near one of the stalls, not but 20 feet from you, there is a teenage boy who is just kind of leaned on the stall, just kind of hitting his head against the stall. And as you kind of like
What
look
color is his
about, he has purple hair. Purple hair that comes down just to his, just above his shoulder. He's got a piercing that runs through his, almost up through his eye. It's like right beneath the eye socket. It comes and almost comes to a point out the front of his head. The point that comes out of his front of head seems to be capped with a small, what appears to be it almost looks like a titanium dragon. Much like what someone would wear as an earring, but instead is a piercing that goes through his eye. His right ear is actually completely ripped off. You can see the scarring where it seems that the skin has been, I suddenly forget the word, seared, where it used heat to close the wound so that it would stop bleeding.
Cauterized.
Cauterized, yes, that is the word I was looking for. He has a large golden ring that looks a little bit too pompous, a little bit too shiny in the morning sun. That he seems to be blatantly, almost like showing off from the way that he stands. He's wearing, I suddenly can't remember what the shirt is called either.
Poncho?
No, it's just the 2 lines. It's common
Vest.
in Arab. Yeah, he's wearing just a vest, open chest, and appears to have a tattoo on his chest. Again, this is a similar symbol, or a familiar symbol to all of you, as this is the stopwatch, the symbol of the Dragon King, with the dragon almost coming down up into the lower base of his neck, hanging over it. Past that, he's wearing shorts that are fairly plumed, but tight around the knee. Almost looks like ballooned shorts.
Zephyr, Gurgle, I believe I found our prince.
I thought I was ended last session walking up to him and saying, "Hey, what's up, perps?"
Nope. Never actually made it outside of Orthovel's Cavern. That is what I'm going to call it. I never came up with a name for it. That's what it is now. As you point that out, his gaze immediately looks over towards you and goes, "Oh, well, finally." He just almost like walk/skips over to you. Upon getting up to you guys, this is a short kid. He's like maybe 4 foot, like 6 tops, maybe even a little bit
taller
shorter.
than someone for the first time.
Tiku in her grown stature would actually be taller than this young, haughty, what appears to be half elf, as the one ear that is still there is slightly pointed.
Tiku just goes freaking hardcore, like, bow before your superiors.
At that, as he approaches your group as a whole, he says, "So, first off, I must know, who made the big bone? This was quite impressive. I do love a good lightning show.
The big bone.
Boom.
Boom, the explosion.
Boom. Like,
Tiku heard bone too.
I thought you were talking about something totally different.
So no takers, no one wants to take credit.
I'm just curious as to why we are
Slower
so
there.
deigned by your presence.
Good of you to know your place. You are blessed by their presence. That said, if you're the one that caused the big explosion, a spell, a fireball of some kind, but off kilter, you're in the wrong running. This game, these games, this festival, this isn't going to end the way that they seem to make you. They want everyone to believe. And you take me all, or you all, take me as someone who likes to be in with the winning lot.
We're always in the winning lot. That's why we're still here.
I imagine it's because you're smart and you know when to, or who to cast your lots in with.
We're playing a game far beyond your petty squabblings here.
Well,
Okay, big shot.
Zephyr, sometimes you crack me up.
I would love to know what kind of a game is more important than the future king of dragons. The very war is at stake in this what did you call it? Petty squabble?
Well, if we told you, then we'd have to kill you.
Oh, that would be most impressive.
We probably wouldn't have to do it, to be honest.
And who do you think could?
Wait, you think somebody else would kill him if we told him?
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we know exactly who would come kill him. And
I
probably
think
us
he would
with
kill.
it.
I think he would kill us.
Oh, he would kill all parties involved.
Can you guys stop talking?
Russ,
Well-
why, are you scared?
No. What happened to, not saying anything about this?
As long as we don't
We're
get
talking about it.
As long as you don't say
I'm just
anything
saying,
about it.
Anyway, what did you come here for?
Let's really tease that line. We'll see. We'll see what bro thinks.
Hey, I've already had conversations with him twice, so
Tiku is confused why you're all talking and we're supposed to be talking to the prince and the
I
prince isn't
said
talking.
I asked him what he's here for.
Oh, I already said that I'm here for. I'm here to invite you to the winning side. Really, I have a
Well-
task that I would ask of you.
Well,
You don't
before
have
that-
to full commit as of right now, but there was something I would like you to collect. Show a favor, and perhaps when this is all over, at least I'll deem you as one of the ones fit to stay, maybe
Who can-
fit to rule.
Well,
Who can
before,
serve
before,
underneath you? You're so gracious.
Oh no, I would never even let something like you even act as one of my errand boys.
That's okay.
Isn't that
However,
what you're
a
asking
servant
us to
of
do?
one of my errand boys.
why
No,
are we
I
talking
wouldn't
to him?
act as a servant of either of them. What?
Why are we bothering wasting our time with him?
well,
I
either way,
want to know what he wants.
before we ever
Do we?
agree to anything or hear anything he has to say, perhaps you could do me a quick favor. Nothing terribly hard, difficult, or universally breaking anything. Is there perhaps a book or scroll, a tome of sorts, depicting the laws that you dragons have over this land and how we can best follow them?
I mean, finding laws or finding how to follow our laws would be very difficult. I imagine the manor you're staying at currently has a plethora of those. That said, the new set of rules, haven't quite written them all down yet, but they'll be to come. I can make sure to have one delivered to you.
Could we have one delivered expeditiously?
Sure.
That's
Now-
assuming that he wins against his dad, though.
Oh, that's not an assumption at this point. It's a guarantee.
He's not wrong.
What is the way that you people say it? The tiles are in a row. Just have to knock them down. I believe is a turn of phrase I heard
it's having
recently.
your ducks in a row. But you
Sure.
don't really need to knock them down.
Well, that's the fun part.
'Cause
That
they're
said,
all in the same pond.
as the explosion man has said, our conversation doesn't have much value unless, well, one of us stands to gain something. So first off, I will tell you what it is that I want, Mr. Frog.
Okay.
You currently reside in neutral ground.
I mean, technically, we didn't kill anybody in the first game, so technically we're not neutral, but
I didn't say neutral in that regard. You reside. You are quite literally staying in neutral ground.
oh, got it.
There is something in the manor that I would like.
Of course.
Oliver is reluctant to give it to a future king. Would only give it to a king, you see. But it could, you could say it could help lessen the burden these events might place on the rest of everyone here.
So you want us to steal an item.
I want you
that
to acquire it. It doesn't
is-
belong to Oliver.
But it currently doesn't belong to you either. It belongs to a king. You're not king yet.
No, the king simply could demand that it be handed over to him.
Right. Okay. So you want us to steal it before you're able to just take it anyways?
How
No,
about
just acquire it.
before
Acquire
we
it
ask
without permission.
all the questions? How about we figure out what the item is first?
It's a spell book in possession of the current librarian. And no, you don't have to steal it, although that would be one way to get it. I simply wish for you to retrieve it. Strike a deal with him. From what I understand, he's a knowledge seeker. And, as weird as your lot is, especially from the whispers that I've heard, you are
You will
knowledgeable in unique ways.
be providing us the knowledge?
I will provide you with knowledge in turn. What do you seek?
That
Well-
means no, he's not going to tell us what's in the book.
Can we get more specifics besides the spellbook? Because was it written by a specific wizard?
Yes, yes, it was. That said, he's only known by title at this point.
Okay.
You. How would this translate to you? Fire Sage? The Great Fire Sage, the wizard.
The spellbook of the Great Fire Sage.
Was the Great Fire Sage a frog?
No,
So I can
the Great Fire Sage was a dragon, as all great wizards are.
Just curious.
I can speak Draconic. What would that be in Draconic?
He's translating it.
Yeah.
The point with that is it would still be
So
Fire
you're
Sage
saying,
and Draconic.
okay, gotcha.
The point with that is him
It can't be
supposed to
spelled by
show that he
order.
doesn't like speaking common.
That, and sometimes Draconic can't be enunciated with the mortal tongue.
Now,
I was just confirming.
the details of the spell are inconsequential to you, but important to dragonkind. It would be most beneficial to me, and if you were to give it to me, I'd be willing to spare at least a good selection of whoever you'd choose. Or if perhaps that isn't what you want riches, investments, as I hear you're most into. Perhaps cures, as I've heard whispers of a hunt for a cure of some disease. The power I will acquire as king is, well, unending, vast. Retrieve for me the book, and I shall give you whatever your hearts desire. Each of you in turn.
What's your actual name?
I don't think you quite understand society.
Listen, I'm just curious.
Please
'cause
forgive him. He grew up in a swamp.
Call me Vorthalax. That's what my friends call me. And more importantly, it's what enemies call me.
Are we enemies?
Your choice. I come offering a branch
Olive branch.
Yes. This is my my peaceful hand that I extend to you.
I thought you weren't about the whole peaceful thing.
I respect power and vigilance, an understanding of what is rightfully yours, as is what is rightfully mine.
I'm still not sure why we're wasting our time with him. This is still stuff that's well beneath us.
I agree. But it's also not outside the realm of possibility that it could affect us.
I don't see any benefit we're gonna get of wasting our time on him.
I mean, he could try and kill us if we don't.
Try.
Well, I mean,
us.
that wouldn't really benefit us at all. I mean, it's a book that he's going to be able to gain access to anyways. It's just going to save him time.
And sometimes time is the most important resource.
For him.
Well, that decision to be had amongst yourselves. But the only thing I will add as a caveat is I'm sure this will matter to some of you more than others. But you're not the only one whose lives would hang in the balance. You see, there is, as you know, multiple different factions in this festival, this conquest. And you never know. Sometimes individuals strong enough to save themselves, sure. But maybe others get hurt. Family, for one. Don't worry, not yours.
Good luck. They're all dead.
As I said, I wasn't referring to your family. This is a royal affair.
So effectively, the factions that have their own ideals get killed.
I never necessarily said that.
You have a grim future.
I was simply stating that if left unchecked, unhelped, the royal family might be in grave danger. Perhaps only the strongest that would come out on top would survive to the end of this. I don't know how solid your lot is, but just think it over. The book is of no consequence. The end result will be the same. It is simply the path we take to get there.
I still don't see any benefits for us.
I mean, he
That the royal family doesn't die?
He said he'll save whoever we want to save after he overthrows the monarchy and
That
kills
just means
everybody
he
who
won't
doesn't
kill
like.
them.
Is there someone?
And also, we get to be slaves of his slaves.
Is there someone you want to save?
You don't even look like a dragon. You're like an elf.
I think that's
He looks, as he looks down at himself, you can see a clear disgust, and he says, "Yes, I know, but my true form invokes too much fear amongst the mice. Makes it very hard to have conversations."
Well, we'll sleep on it.
Again, just think about it.
last.
I'm not by no means placing threats on any of you,
Are you
or those
blue?
that you.
You're very understanding considering he's assaulted you at least 3 times. Isn't that like, can't you like just kill him for that?
By like dragon law.
Yeah. Can you just kill me for that?
I'm pretty sure that's part of what we heard earlier. If you like piss off a dragon, they can just eat you.
Insult them.
You see his as he clasps his right hand enough that blood starts to trickle, and he says, "Of course I could. However, there's steps." With that said, this was simply again my olive branch. As you said, just know that lives do hang in the balance, whichever way you decide to move. But I could at least spare, let's call them potential family.
I'm thinking about it this way, okay though? Cause like, look, you come up with a compelling, I guess, thing in one way, if we had faith that you were going to win. But from my perspective, you started that whole shenanigan with the king, and then he just looked at your guys that were running at him and they disappeared. So, I mean,
You
doesn't
think father did that? Do you have no eyes for all?
No, obviously it was your mom, but who's to say he couldn't do that?
I'm to say, years of research and understanding. You don't know what power the Dragon King has. This time, this principle. He does not have a firm grasp on it, and it eats at him. His time is coming. He simply wished to choose another. I'm simply taking my rightful spot. If you can't see who is the inevitable victor of this fight, well, perhaps you deserve to be on the losing end.
I'm just saying, we don't have a whole lot of confidence. We're newcomers. We haven't been here that long. All we saw is your guys got pissy, and they got kicked, their asses kicked.
Perhaps I'll show you some. I'll give you a reason to be confident.
Wait a
And
minute.
maybe you
Just
can make
saying,
your decision.
You said we are alive because we picked the winning side. Maybe that's true, but we're not convinced that you're the winning side yet.
I said you're alive because you know how to pick the winning side. That said, I am strongly starting to doubt that.
Well, I'm just saying.
Or maybe you're not the winning side.
You don't inspire as much confidence as maybe you think you do for people that don't know you.
Well, I pray for your own safety and your own peace of mind that you're correct. For now, my offer is on the table. And again, excessive riches, of course, promised on top of that. Simply tell me what you wish.
I have a
You don't
question.
happen to be a blue dragon, do you?
What gave it away? He starts almost playing with his hair.
With platinum in your blood?
What?
She wants to know if you're a platinum tier dragon, which is like not necessarily a color as much as it is like a dragon status.
No. But don't worry, I will be. The divine dragons
Oh,
have long
good. I
since
hope you
been
win then.
extinct. Don't worry, I will.
Does this
Good.
happen to you a lot?
I
when you have
insight Tiku to see if she
negotiations?
wants to eat him after he wins.
I can't say I typically care to have negotiations. Only reason I'm even extending this olive branch to you is on recommendation of another, against my better judgment.
Do we get to know
Gurgle just looks at Tiku and he's
this
like,
other?
Sure, as long as you accept my request.
Yeah. I think I'll
Information
pass
is
on
to be
that.
traded freely amongst allies.
True.
So yes,
Who does your dad want to be to put in your place?
His sister?
how does the royal line of succession work?
The
I have
firstborn?
no idea. Usually the mommy dragon or the daddy dragon just leaves one day, and then the next one, the son or daughter just be's the new dragon.
Well, you listed the options. Just think through it.
The firstborn?
Yes.
do you have a brother?
No, it means his sister is older than he is.
Oh.
How do you guys insult my
He
intelligence?
seems he seems almost like confused.
Good
and
job, Roz. You're
disappointed.
you're second most intelligent person in the party. Good job.
He seems confused and like disappointed with himself. He's like, this is a waste of time.
That's what I told you when we started.
Good luck in your celebration. I hope you have a wonderful day off. And he just turns, walks
He's
into the
way
festival
more
crowd.
charismatic than I was expecting.
I think he's gonna rig the next game.
We may have just made our next game harder.
And you're now left alone
That was part
in
of
the morning
That's part
hours
of
of
the
the
point.
festival.
So Tiku wants to talk.
Not only did I make him wait for us, but I just insulted him the whole time.
It's very clear. You don't need high inset to see that he's upset as he walks away.
I will say that your
That did
old
not go the way he was expecting.
death's
With the way that I was expecting.
wishes is extreme.
I don't know how that worked out.
It didn't. Is the
I
answer.
think he's gonna rig the next game.
If we're going to do anything in the future about our problems, we can't
I do
we
not
can't be bending a knee to these lesser powers.
disagree, but you do not have to insult him to his face.
I feel like
don't
Zephyr
think-
just got way more assy.
I also time out, guys. Time out. I also don't think
It's
it's a good
sassy,
idea.
Tiku.
Stop talking over each other.
I also don't think it's a good idea to talk about the thing that shouldn't be said that happens. And because like we
You
don't
mean that
want.
we're from the future?
Shut up! That's what I'm telling you not to say.
Specifically dance around the topic.
Why did we bring up the topic?
And we need to go to a
I'm
quiet
saying,
room.
even if
You guys
nobody's.
so again, the festival is not overly populated right now. You guys are secluded enough.
That makes it worse.
Wait, like we don't know who's listening. What if they're scrying on us right now?
There is sentinel
That's-
dragons looking over
that's
all
fine.
of the festival surrounding.
I don't say stuff like what he just
And
said.
it's time to go back to
Clay, that
manor
was idiotic, to say the very least.
before we talk animals.
Stop saying it. You're gonna get the boogeyman to come after us.
You
Oh, right.
The boogie dragon.
Only a percentage.
are making it worse.
Uh-oh.
You're making it worse, Gargle. Don't bring
I start
attention to
walking
it.
towards the manor.
I don't know them. I don't know them.
I want to make a grapple
You're gonna bring the
check
boogie
against
dragon after
Clay
us.
to try and basically like cover his mouth,
Silence him.
to try and silence him.
You just say you put your hand over his mouth unless he chooses to resist. It's only a grapple if he chooses to resist.
Like I am being very forceful.
That's
and,
what
like,
I'm thinking.
Yeah, but only if he resists.
Oh,
Okay,
God,
you
this
don't
is
have to roll.
wisdom reads Tiku's mind. That's what Tiku thinks.
I'm just saying, if the boogie dragon comes after any of you guys, I ain't saving you.
I already got killed by him once.
73.
Tiku's walking back to the manor.
Yeah, go ahead. You can cover my mouth.
As I forcefully cover your mouth, I just almost snarl, "Are you fucking insane?" Nod or shake your head.
You know if you die, you can never get your money from the business dealings you have.
This realm has consequences. Do not take it as a joke.
Also, I'm pretty sure we can die here, just for the record.
Oh yeah, we can. For sure.
You mess up one more time, and I am done with you.
You would hear shattering glass.
None of us hear it though, right?
Just Clay. You hear just it sounds like someone threw a rock
I
through a
will-
window.
Take my hand off slowly.
Did you all hear that shit breaking glass?
Oh dear.
Nope.
I start running to the mansion.
Tiku starts
I
hustling a
follow,
little faster
I
too.
follow,
I'm gonna put in the four.
Chases after Razu.
As
We just watch him run off.
Razu turns, he's like, I'm gonna go. He turns and starts running towards the festival. All of you, as you start to turn and go with him, you two being much more perceptive are the first to notice as you start to walk forward. The festival's not moving.
Oh shit.
As you look at
was it
individuals
16
like going to
passive? Would I notice
place,
that also?
you all notice it fairly quickly. You're just the first two to notice it. You see individuals like hand in motion, putting a lantern to be putting a lantern on a hook to be hung for the entire stall. You see someone who seems to be falling backwards, that was
Sometimes.
standing on a ladder that seems to be frozen in air with different pieces of wood from something that just broke in their hands.
Zephyr,
I think we should hide.
can we still keep Clay around? That was blatant.
Wait, hold on.
I mean,
What if we hide? He can't see us if we hide. Everybody hide.
he's not gonna come after all of us.
Tiku
he only comes after
crawls
whoever.
underneath
All of you have
Costs
over
25.
20?
Tiku crawls under the
have
table and
advantage?
Oh, wait,
pulls
I
the
have 27.
tablecloth over her.
I have a 27 right now because of the advantage of wisdom.
So Tiku runs up to a table and almost like ducks and jumps under it. You two are the only ones to notice. Good like 400, 500 paces down, almost in the festival, there's something moving. Seems to move between two of the stalls. Fairly large, standing almost just a little bit taller than them, but seems almost like duck and hide beneath them.
I think we gotta hide right now.
Am I in the manor yet?
As you,
I was
you
trying to go back to
where
the manor.
Manor's like
as you run
a
back to where
mile.
Batal would typically open the portal for you, as you guys have never actually entered without using Batal.
No, we did.
No, you did.
We walked through the mountain. It just takes a while.
Yeah. The answer to your question is no. You would not even be close. You would have just gotten to like the edge of Lone Peak. You're standing at one of the dragon sentinels,
probably would be at
who is
Batal, yeah.
also frozen. Batal is actually not currently present. He appeared almost every time that you guys got close to Lone Peak, seeking entrance to Orlevel's Manor. You two see it move between a different stall.
I'll cast Pass Without a Trace. Just
Everyone hide!
passively. And then I just want to keep an eye on it with my peripheral vision to not make eye contact.
Okay. Stealth checks from anyone who's actually trying to hide.
I'm not trying to hide, I'm just making my passive stealth higher.
Disadvantage. Here we
making an active
go.
check. An active check
Tiku's
is
so
different
good
from
at
passive.
hiding.
30-20.
Oh, not too bad.
You got a high.
It's a good thing I have.
Do we add plus 10 or no?
We do have anyone within 30 feet of me, I want to say?
You would all have passed without a trace.
He would not, and he would not.
Yeah, because we both
They left.
ran.
Yeah, it's 30 feet.
I pointed out to like Zephyr and Tiku. I'm like, he's right there. You see him move.
Can I make a history check to think on
He's coming after
Squawk's
the
instincts
play.
what he would do? I think
What?
come after anybody that's moving in the stop sign.
Do your thing.
That would just be instincts.
Well, okay, like the concept is for I think Squawk's interacted with. Can I make a history check to think about what Squawk would do?
That's how you. That's how you hide. Yep.
Love it.
So you freeze in place?
Take it to a place like
Because
he's
like, do I
frozen.
remember like this is a fear that Squawk has felt? He feared this entity.
You do not. When you think about Squawk, it's not that you know Squawk's feelings or anything like that.
God.
He is still a different person. It's like you were eyes behind his eyes, and you could see what he did.
Can I try to recall a situation where he's in a similar situation and remember what he did?
Try to
Was
slow my
Squawk
heartbeat.
ever
You want to
hunted
see
by the
how
Proto
Squawk
Hunter?
hides.
From this entity.
If Squawk
He's
has ever,
because
he's trying to remember
If Squawk has ever interacted with
I got
this
you.
fear, what did he do?
Make a history check.
Being so
I'm using Keku Recall.
Ortholax, just barely left, relatively. Can I find him just to see where he is?
All right, he's actually not too far away from you guys. About 300 paces away. Also frozen.
Is he in like a walking animation?
Yes.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
He appears to have just stolen something from a stall.
You just
Who did?
Vorthalax.
you just go ninja it back and put it back in their hand.
I just think it's funny because he's frozen in time. That was a free shot.
Okay,
We're-
so
We. I just want you to know, like,
30-20.
me, Trinity, and Kayla all just freeze in place,
Well, I'm under the table though.
but we're frozen in place.
okay, I'm gonna let you guys choose between stealth or performance then, and I'll let you keep the 10 from pass without a trace.
Oh,
Oh, okay. It gives me an additional 1. So
Okay.
nope. Still trying to do stealth, even with disadvantage. It's better.
Okay.
It goes terrible at
First off,
acting.
history check.
Dirty 20.
30-20. If Squawk has interacted with whatever this creature is that you have not actually seen, you've only been seeing some silhouette moving between.
Can I use Tactical Mind?
No.
Then I would just freeze in place and do a performance check, because that's a lot better
Okay.
than my
Heard 20.
stealth check.
35.
35. What'd you get?
I'm not there. I'm with.
Did you roll a stealth check?
Keku Recall.
No, I'm right behind
Okay.
Razu.
So
He's-
Clay is not
he's-
hiding.
Oh. Yeah, I see him hiding. I'll hide too.
Can I have some?
24.
what you actually see him do is you see him freeze in place.
Oh, Rouse is also freezing?
Without your plus 10,
What'd you get? Oh,
you don't get
This-
plus 10.
18.
I don't get the plus 10. I just did performance and Kenku Recall.
What'd you do?
I froze in
20
place. I wouldn't have started
22.
this whole
What'd
thing.
you get
Me
though?
too.
But
Okay.
I have
How far
rolled
away
a
is Clay
7
from me?
plus 1.
Because like I started running before him, so like
Clay,
a
Probably
turn.
like an
Clay-
He'd be
instant.
about
So I
he'd
would be
be a
like
few
Clay would be
paces
with
back.
you.
just a few steps behind.
But
you.
I'm faster than you.
I run
Tiku,
40
You're not,
feet
you're
around.
not running.
In combat, movement speed is not out of combat.
Travel
movement
pace for everyone is the
speed is
same.
universal.
But I said I started running.
He's with you. Chill.
Just because I'm a few paces back.
Doesn't
Doesn't
he's
mean I'm not
Yeah,
with
he's
you.
with
Okay. So, as it was the 4 of you freeze, or 5. No,
Yeah,
it
I'm
was-
not freezing.
So you're actually hiding, and you
I'm not-
hid under a
like I-
table and then froze. Is that what I heard?
with the tablecloth over me like a ghost.
So you're like went next to a table and you just like threw it over your head and just stopped.
But I realized the table I went under actually doesn't have a tablecloth because it's a thing, so I actually ripped off a banner. Put it on me.
Okay.
I'm like giving Zephyr eye signals as he's coming closer before.
But
he,
yes,
like
under a table with a
I'm not-
banner over me.
I'm just stuck in a pose like as if I was just talking to someone.
Okay, so for the sake of this, I'm going to say the 4 of you are closer. I'm just going to roll between the 4 of you. 6 is a reroll. 1. Okay, so
I don't know.
as you grab a banner and you kind of like put it over your face, you've got it like positioned in a way as you quickly tried to freeze in place to where it's like got that slit. To where you can, like,
So I
kinda
can still see,
outside of
yeah,
it.
yeah.
You could just kind of like looking out. Slight, like ever so slight turns in your fear.
The heavy breathing.
Nurgle, you and Kane would see first. Technically, for the first time, the two of you would see a very off-putting dragon. It seems to have no neck. It's almost like its head simply starts at the top of its torso. Its 2 arms are actually a little bit almost more stubby than you'd see for a dragon. It's almost like they only have the bicep part of their forearm that just goes to a hand.
So it's like a genie dragon?
Not genie dragon,
Where like
as
the bottom half is like gone?
nope, he still has the bottom half of him.
One of those
It
like
is simply
dogs and cats with the really short, stubby.
effectively
Kind of,
yes,
but not
it's
as cute.
like if you had you had your arm, then your hand was right here, and then for his legs,
Oh, so he's
his
got,
feet
like-
start at his knees.
I see.
So he has no joints.
Yes. He's walking on his hind legs, almost looks like more of like a waddle as he's ducking down. And when you initially thought ducking between stalls, it's actually ducking down and bringing his head close to these individuals that are frozen. The individual that's falling through the air, he almost comes up next to and kind of just like taps him. And goes to the next person. Kind of just like looks them up and down, gets in their face to see if they can actually see him. Stops and just and looks at Razu and Clay and walks towards the base of Lone Peak where they had run towards.
The age of this dragon?
This dragon looks completely unnatural to the point that its
a
head
mutation, yeah.
looks ancient. It almost has like a almost like long whiskers or like a long, almost like drooping mustache that comes down over its snout. Its horns on top of its head, almost like part of the scales are broken. Yet its arms look like quite literally like a baby that hasn't fully grown. Its torso looks that of a healthy adult dragon. Its tail massive, much too large for its
adult
body.
dragon. Does that mean ripped? Like sure, right in. Like, what does healthy adult dragon mean? I need to know.
Gleaming
this.
scales.
Gleaming scales would be accurate.
Okay.
His tail, from the width and length of his tail, and the way that both the scales, almost like the spikes that ridge the top of it, go. His tail is that of an ancient dragon, to the point that all of his proportions seem insanely off. Even his wings are off kilter. One of his wings looks like very much so large enough to actually be able to allow him to take flight. The other is like barely past his shoulder. It's almost stubbed, like almost like the size of a wormling dragon on a large, or it would be huge for the size of his torso. His proportions look entirely off, like his body isn't aging properly. Every different part of him seems to be aging at different rates or different times. With that,
Color is he?
I do this as soon as he turns towards them and he starts walking. As soon as he gets with far enough range that I could cast Mage Hand without alerting him. Like, I don't know how far away that would be.
Casting Mage Hand doesn't Mage Hand have a verbal component?
Yep, verbal.
believe it
Does
is.
have a
And
verbal
somatic.
component. Yes.
So
So you do
there
have to
would
talk.
be no range.
I need.
Yeah.
It's not what?
He would hear you within like 300 feet.
Oh well, then
Especially with everything being dead silent right now.
I don't care. What I'm gonna do then is I'm gonna wait until he's far enough away that I can cast it and then hide again. So freeze in place, because Rogue can use an action and then freeze in place as a hide as a bonus action. So I'm gonna cast and freeze in place, but I'm gonna do it timing it so that when he turns around as soon as the spell is cast, that I am trying to freeze in place, but that he sees the purple dragon moving in the background. So I'm trying to get him to turn around and see the purple dragon.
Purple dragon isn't moving.
Yeah, he was. He was.
No.
No, he was frozen like he had just stolen something from a stall. It looked like he had grabbed a slab of meat and was about to eat it.
Do you have my illusion?
I don't have my illusion, unfortunately.
That is what you would require.
Currently, your group and this being, this obtuse dragon, is the only entities that seem to be moving. With that,
I'm still gonna do it then, but I'm gonna cast the mage hand so that it knocks something off in the market, and then I'm still gonna freeze in place. So I'm gonna cast it, freeze in place,
And
and then I'm gonna have the mage hand knock something off in the market.
Which NPC are you like bailing on?
Are you,
Because someone's talking.
there's many stalls around. You see the gnome from the other day.
Are there any floating items? Out of curiosity.
There's a few, like the individual who had broken.
Gurgle doesn't like the people that are doing the torture game, so he's gonna try and find somebody that's hosting one of the torture games.
Okay.
He's picking his mark.
you, random citizen.
what color?
It's all in the past anyway.
What color is this
You
dragon?
ruin their family
Monstrosity
at
thing?
this point.
He has a multitude of colors. The scales on his back are gold. The scales on his
Gurgle
arms,
has no
as well
faith
as his
that
wings.
either Razu or Clay can hide from this thing.
I mean, I think Clay's just gonna, die. But, that happens. I died.
So,
Wait, Kayla asked a question. The scales on his back are gold. The front of him appears to be green, like the belly of a green dragon. His arms are of almost like a gray going black, and his wings both appear to be the full-grown one appears to be just a full white wing. The other one is gray. So no gray, black, white, and gray is the majority of him, other than green, green on the underbelly and gold scales on his back.
No, Gurgle's vindictive. He's gonna whatever the purple dragon was stealing, he's gonna knock it out of his hand.
That's 300 feet away, my guy.
300 feet? Is it?
Yeah, that's really far.
I did say that he was fairly far away into the crowd. At this
then
point.
whoever's the closest, it has to be within. I think it has to be within 6.
For the sake of this, you're going to do a performance followed by a new stealth check.
I think it's gonna have to be. Un momento.
I'm still picturing like this, like super shiny, ripped dragonborn with like this old head.
Not a
with big
dragonborn, it's actually a dragon.
Well, dragon
It's just
with
weird,
a
weirdly
weird old
proportioned.
head with mustache and like withered. It's a really comical sight in my brain.
Performance check followed by.
It can only be 30 feet away. So if I'm not in range, then I'm gonna have to have the mage hand throw it. So it has to go out 30 feet and then throw it towards whatever it needs to.
Mage hand can only
Try
throw
and draw
with
attention.
5 pounds of
5
force.
pounds of force.
10 pounds.
10 pounds.
10 pounds of force?
Yeah.
I mean,
Curious what the math of that is.
10 pounds of force is like holding up 10 bags of bread. So it's decent, but
But like in throwing, that's
And throwing, he's saying like,
throwing that would get you about 10 feet. With like a
depending on the weight
baseball.
of the thing,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Just in the direction of the market. I don't know how close I am to the market.
Basically, I think like 10 pounds of force would be like,
realize
like
the
a
market's
toss.
200 feet away and you incriminated yourself.
I mean, even if that's the case, it would still go 30 feet out and then 10 feet out. So it'd still be 40
Yeah,
feet
but it
away.
would still be the closest thing to the sound.
Okay. I got the idea of what you're going for. I need you to roll. I need persuasion. I need performance followed by stealth.
Do I have advantage on performance? I don't know if I do.
All right, with my superior body, do you think it would be possible to stop my pulse for a limited duration of time?
Natural 20 on the performance, 31.
oh, wow.
Make a medicine check.
He just poisons himself, like puts himself in a coma.
Wait,
And then-
pufferfish poison. I could literally be dead.
31 on the performance and 39 on the second stealth check.
Okay. As this dragon, who at this point, especially for you, Zephyr, and I would even say you loosely, Tiku, this creature that you would assume to be the Chronal Hunter, as it approaches the base of Lone Peak where you guys are, as you were just getting ready to make a run for it into Orlevel's Manor, it comes up, almost just like looking intently at you. As you look into its eyes, it's almost You've ever been in a bathroom with 2 separate mirrors and you can see it just infinitely reflect yourself? That's what this thing's eyes are. Almost has like it looks like it's clear with clouds that seem to swirl in it, and you reflect in those clouds. You can see just dozens, hundreds, going on thousands, and in a similar feel, actually. You know this sensation as you look into its eyes. You see, in an instant, you see a multitude of different scenarios. You see scenarios where Clay moves, and he's erased. You see you see one where Zephyr moves, coughs, erased. Tiku can't hold her courage, and ducks under the table, is erased in a moment. In a similar fashion, there's an opportunity, a future, for every single member of this festival, and in an instant, you experience what is good, like 4,000 separate opportunities or 4,000 separate endings where
Wait,
the people
so
at this festival
People
die.
in the festival die? So people in the festival move. I would be under the assumption that they froze themselves out of fear. They're not actually frozen.
You're seeing the possibilities of if this thing sees someone move. And it has thought of the possibility of each and every single one. And you can see all of those in its eyes.
So you know that thing where you're still staring at the same thing, your eyes don't move, but like blurs your vision and you can no longer really see very well?
Unfocusing your vision.
Without moving, we're just gonna unfocus our vision.
I'm doing that before it gets close enough to actually inspect it.
I would before it got close, like I would have held my breath before it got here, unfocused my eyes.
That's kind of part of the
suppressed
stealth.
memories, and with the medicine check, probably didn't work. That's a total of a 7, but maybe stopped my pulse.
His pulse is beating wildly.
No,
Erratically. He's giving himself a heart
heart's
attack.
Okay. As you're looking into this creature's eyes, it doesn't seem to find a reality or it seems to pass over the reality where it seems to find you, and you are erased from this instant. You see the next one. You see it actually seeing Clay, and it seems to realize in this one, almost like the Cube of the Infinite, where you travel through these possibilities and you find the one at the end of the road, and that's the one that you guys ended up on enacting when you guys come back to the material plane. In this moment, you realize it is about to find out that Clay was, we'll say, discussing time. And so as it turns to Clay to make its appraisal of you, you guys would all hear a as it kind of turns its head, as with your mage hand is invisible, right? I'm remembering correctly? Yes. Okay. As Gurgle's invisible mage hand, so to all of you, just has a pot that it was being set up to cook some food. I was real tempted to make this the gnome just cause. It's not. There is an individual. There's a half giant that is setting somebody up on a spinning wheel that seems to be for a throwing knife game. That said, as he's setting it up and he goes to pick up, and I apologize, I said pan, I did mean to say knife, as he's frozen in the moment where he's picking up his knife, as you knock that knife to the floor. The dragon in front of you seems to almost just fades out from your vision, like kind of keeping frozen, especially for yourself. But out of the corner of your eye, you can see that it appears next to the half giant that you had just done that to. It kind of moves its head down, looks at the knife, looks at the half giant, and both this creature, the Chrono Hunter, as you would assume, the half giant, the stall, the wheel, the criminal that is mounted to it, almost the entire section seems to just. And the festival starts to move again. One of the individuals walking past the spot looks and says, "Oh, I've been looking for a spot," and kind of rolls his wagon into now the empty spot where this
the only person knows that happened is Gurgle. No, I didn't know.
No, your mage hand is invisible, and you didn't communicate that.
Yeah,
you are literally the only
we're
one.
not.
that
We're not looking around. We're just focused on what
But you
see
heard
him
a
move.
spell cast. You heard
Yeah,
a
but
spell
I don't know what happened.
Well, you heard Grogo
We've seen
cast
him
a spell.
cast Mage Hand many
You
times.
are the only person that I would say.
I couldn't see what he was doing.
You are the only person that I would say would know that Gurgle did something because the performance check wouldn't have been overly stealthy, and you're the only one who didn't say they froze. Everybody else would have been frozen in place, not even like willing to look over.
Like I know Gurgle cast Mage Hand. That's
But-
about it.
I'm just like,
Just from the verbal component.
It seems
of
successful. The festival continues to move on. Gurgle kind of
Gurgle to save her life.
almost like frozen in place, still a little bit in disbelief, as Tiku gets bopped in the side of the head, and as the banner gets taken, he's like, "Why are you turning down my? God damn it! I hate little dragon people." As he tries to mount his banner back up, but you ripped it, and he's struggling a lot.
Tiku hands out his neck.
wait, would she have seen it? Because she was like looking out.
Oh, probably. Well, I don't see your hand, but I might have seen him like vanish and move over here.
I'll say that through the slit, you saw it appear next to the half giant, and saw the stall vanish.
Did
Tiku doesn't move
Did
for,
she
like-
see me do the thing?
No.
And
Good thinking, Gecko.
then I just look at Kana. I'm like, I can't believe that worked.
Neither can I.
I thought
After he
you were dead as
rips
soon as you
the-
started talking.
After he rips the
I'm actually
banner.
really good at this, apparently.
The way I interpreted that as well is you also threw your voice, by the way.
Yeah, ventriloquism.
You've done it before as Gurgle, so the way that I interpreted that is that he effectively ventriloquist the guy casting a spell. The knife fell like a failed spell, and then the creature moved.
Do you understand now,
Oh shit.
Clay?
Oh shit. It's real.
I think
Honestly, I didn't believe you guys.
he's too far away, but he's probably saying it to Ross.
Why wouldn't you believe us? Have you just seen like all the crazy shit that's
We
happening
all
around
get back
us?
together.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Like
But
what?
that's some
that,
crazy. That's really hard to believe stuff.
I mean,
Do you
that,
not-
that was the hard to believe thing.
Trust us.
Tiku's just like shaking and like
Like,
pulls out
it's not that I
a
don't
meat
trust
skewer
you, it's
and
just-
hands it to the guy that she ripped her
I-
back.
We have
That-
warned you time and again. At least 3 times that memory serves.
Did you not believe that I died?
That thing looked a lot creepier than you described it, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
He just takes out on whatever form. I'm sure.
He does take it. Still frustrated as he's trying to almost
Only
quickly
till he
sew
eats it.
back his.
I mean,
So
some
back
things
banner.
are just so fantastical that they just don't make sense until you see it.
You mean like traveling in to other locations?
You're welcome, Razor.
Areas.
You mean like teleporting?
Yes.
Does anyone
I mean,
else?
we teleported before.
Does anyone else remember that he found what he was looking for, the reality?
Sorry, one more time.
The when he found Clay was the effective problem, uncanny event in reality. Am I the only one that remembers that?
You were the only one that looked into its eyes. And what you saw, again, this is like a moment, and you experienced so many of them, it would be hard for you to recall. But it's what happened is it found something that it believed didn't belong. Important distinction is you did get that feeling that it believed didn't belong.
It's very subjective.
And so I found a reality where I moved and like I instantly died. Would I be under the assumption, like, you don't have to be the most insane, but if you do not move, it will come to the correct conclusion. If you weren't
It's-
the one that said it.
No,
said it.
so you simply rolled high enough on your stealth check, and it rolled a 4 on its perception. What that was meant to represent is if the creature determines that you are not meant for the time you're in, it basically deletes you.
So it's not just the person. So I would not come to the conclusion that it's just the person that said something about time. It is like anything that it deems not supposed to be there.
Yeah. Granted, you do need a check of a 30 to fool it, but it's very hard to fool.
Tiku like slowly crawls out of under the table over to everybody.
As you crawl out, he throws he ate the meat skewer, throws the stick next to your head. Says, "It was good, but fuck you." And continues to try and stitch together his banner.
Fuck
By the way,
Tiku.
Kane, the reason why I'm not afraid to kind of dance around the topic is
I never
because
said you
that's effectively how my magic works. I'm always dancing on the edge of reality.
I had to do something.
It was Razu who took offense to that. I was doing the same.
I had to do something. He was gonna.
But don't blatantly say it.
He was gonna.
That's how you die.
Yep.
He was gonna sniff out both Razu and the other guy. Clay, sorry, not. I don't mean to be rude, but it was. I'm shaking. Okay.
No, I get it. Did you see it?
In this moment, Clay,
I would
you
say-
kind of
Actually,
hold for just 1 second. In this moment, you feel incredibly vitalized. You almost-
Revitalized? Like,
One might say you feel roughly about 21 years younger. Not to the point that you've de-aged,
Oh,
but just like you almost feel like you added 21 years to your life. You feel exceptionally good.
Oh no. I think I know what happened.
did you just get the freaking like vitality from the person that just got deleted?
Wait, so if you cheat them and you're the one that broke
so did
the
my
space-time
age
continuum?
no, you got more lifespan.
Technically, your lifespan.
I guess
You
it
got
could be a
21 years
percentage.
added to the end of your life.
No, not all those people survive. Past like the next week.
Oh yeah.
I feel like that would be like kind of a traumatic event. I'm gonna self-induce. Razu falls to his knees and
I'll
falls
say this
unconscious.
much. This is a big enough event. Just as
Wait.
Zephyr, you know not to tell Zephyr what just happened.
Razu, I'm self-inducing this. I feel like if you went through that many realities of seeing not only yourself but everyone you know die and feel that powerless, I feel like you guys would see like time resume. Razu would fall to his knees shaking, and then he would just fall into the floor unconscious.
Oh.
I'd say the one change that I would do is that he looks catatonic. His eyes are still open, and it's like as you walk over to like what
To
the
do a
heck?
medicine check.
And you flip him over. You look at his eyes look the same.
Went to the
Almost
town.
that infinite mirror, that cloud.
Well,
the
we never
only
saw its eyes.
No, I'm just you.
Oh.
Kane would now experience this, although it's a little different. The mirrors are fogged. Think like same analogy with the two windows. Think like someone just took an extremely hot shower.
Yeah.
To where you can see like that slight reflection, and you can see it infinitely going, but it's hard to pick out as his eyes look mad.
I would quickly close the lids, just in case.
Different type of mad.
Medicine check, make sure he's all right.
Okay.
I know it's Razu's body, so it's probably not going to work, but
Let the record show
24?
you self-induced this. Roll me a d100.
You rolled with
fine.
disadvantage, right?
It's a good story.
I would probably roll with this.
I also fell
'cause it's Razu's
unconscious.
body.
I mean that would just be a straight roll then, because I have
Oh.
advantage.
Oh,
So
okay.
that'd still be a 24.
I would also say my mutagen drops.
He doesn't look
No,
fugly.
it's in your
flush them.
blood, and then until you inject yourself
I'm
with something else.
pretty sure
It lasts
if
until
get
you fall
dropped.
unconscious. No, your mutagen lasts
No,
until
it
rest.
lasts even if you get
It
dropped.
lasts until rest.
You have to
to flush
flush it
them.
out with
Yeah.
the bonus
Well,
action.
Yeah.
It lasts until you rest, technically.
You can also flush it out with bonus action.
True.
D100. You said 24.
24
that
medicine
roll.
check, yeah.
60.
Actually, I'm going to add guidance to that, because why not? 28.
I would have no mercy on the 4-time multi-class person about his mechanics. Just saying.
Whoa! Whoa!
Roll a d10.
Calm down, Zephyr.
No, that's just Trinity.
Calm down, Zephinity.
What'd you say, Tree? Sorry.
No, I said I would have no mercy on the player decides to multi-class 4 times on him not saying certain parts of his mechanics because, yeah. Especially as like a new player.
Dang, that was a clean perception. That was a clean performance, Phil.
True.
I gotta tell you guys.
You only passed on 19 or 20.
Come here.
He's being called to the principal's office.
He now also worships the Theron.
Imagine.
Just a cult of Sepharan worshippers.
Dude, we're gonna run into Slytherin again, and it's gonna be the most hilarious.
They're 2 high priests, right?
Oh shit! God damn it!
All right, we'll be back after these commercial breaks.
Thankfully, it's just me.
Yeah, I'd only spilled on him.
And we're back. Sorry about that. I am a noob. I am also now wearing shorts, just in case anyone notices that. That was a real thing. So, first off, as our break was a little bit earlier, do want to give Gurgle his inspiration, courtesy of Jasmine. Again, we love you. Appreciate you always being here. With that, medicine check.
28.
He is still alive. He just seems to have fainted.
Is there?
In fact, as you kind of slap him awake, he shakes his head. His eyes seem to settle back to that very bloodshot, almost high look.
No downsides that I can see?
Nope.
Are you alright? Are you incapable of speech?
Razu, if you can talk, blink twice. If you can't, blink once. One.
You can
Two.
speak. Can you nod?
Wait, but he blinked twice. I don't know if he could speak. Blink twice.
Can I figure out if his lungs are damaged?
The medicine check you didn't. There was no apparent signs of any substantial trauma to inner organs, or again, it just seemed like he fainted. The only thing that seemed off were his eyes, which now look as crazed as ever.
I'm still gonna try it. I will cast Greater Restoration on him.
Maybe he just needs a bath.
Is it greater restoration?
Yeah. I don't have access to Lester, so.
So what's going on with Razu over here?
I assume he saw something. His eyes remind me of possession. He can't speak.
He's possessed? I thought I bailed him out.
That's not what the fucking said.
Well, kinda. You said it reminded you of possession.
Of our possession.
That actually does work. You regain the ability to talk.
It's talking about the three-dimensional object that we carry around with us.
Right. Yes.
Of
The item in the bag. The bag in the
Magic do be like that.
You owe me 100 diamond.
He owes you 100 diamonds.
diamond?
Dust.
Oh, 100 gold with a diamond dust.
That's not the same thing.
That's a
just to be
different
clear.
thing, for sure.
I was gonna say, yeah. I
I
mean,
was like, what'd you cast on
technically
him?
speaking, the diamond dust are diamonds.
Anyway,
Is that how you sell them?
I mean, you can. That's how
By-
you.
you're both
sell
welcome.
Diamond dust.
By the dust particle?
Guys,
Yeah, and you do account for inflation. So sometimes you get more, sometimes you get less. Spell always works.
I've only ever bought them from the, by a bag.
guys,
Alright, nothing to time dust.
what's up, Tiku?
did you see that?
Of course we saw it.
What did we see?
No, actually, I did not.
Mutated dragon to eat this. Poof, that guy.
Perhaps
He poofed a
not
guy?
speaking of it is probably our best bet.
I mean,
You know what? You're probably right.
listen, there was a Fugazi. It never existed.
Never
I'll try. Have you
happened.
guys tried these for
It's a
me?
Fugazi. It's a Fugazi.
Why what never existed? As you guys see a familiar short dragonborn.
And then you just poof out of existence.
What's never
Does not poof out of existence. But your guide now shows up again. This is
Or we saw a tomato get exploded
Wait,
and it's
what-
gone now.
what
So
did
it's
he
just never
say?
existed.
tomatoes being exploded. There's
He's overhearing our conversation.
Oh, okay.
It's time to go back to the manor.
A tomato.
but you just
Tiku.
re-entered the festival. I was hoping that I might be able to guide you for another day.
A tomato Tiku got disappeared.
I think
Guy.
I'm going to head back to the mansion and try and look up some documents.
Boring. Well, while I am sad to hear that you guys did not need my help in any of the conquests, I've heard they've been going very well for you. So, what are you looking to do today? Could I perhaps be of service on this free day of yours? Any adventures looking to cook up?
I'm gonna help Razu to his feet. Just once again, just ask, are you all right? Making certain there's no permanent damage.
I feel fine.
Good.
Did you look at Kane? His face is fragmented. It's like there's a crack in the middle of it. You blink, it's back to normal.
I'll just be like looking down like I'm deep in thought.
Can I insight
His eyes twitching.
something happened? Like when he like looked at me and went,
What's your passive insight?
currently 25.
Something was off. When he said, he's like, everything's fine, and then it was like, almost looked like he got the chills, but only in his face. As it almost like slightly contorts for a moment.
We'll speak again later. For now, take it easy.
I will say, you did not get the interpretation that he was lying.
Tiku kinda wants to talk to the group.
He just kind of looks down. He says, well, unfortunate. My time guiding you so far was quite enjoyable.
Oh, I
If
will
you
more restaurants later. More ingredients.
anything
more exotic,
specific,
the
perhaps
better.
I could drum up a few delicacies or perhaps recommendations to give you. Do you know when you'll be returning? Perhaps at the height of the festival into the wee hours, early afternoon.
Zarion, if you could collect for us a pamphlet of the current rules that the dragons are utilizing.
I don't know if they have a rule book, but I'm sure I could come up with something. Is this to say that you could use my service for at least a small time?
I think he's asking for how to live around dragons for dummies.
Don't insult them. Don't challenge their power. Depending on the dragon, grovel is a very, very nice, easy one.
Play up their pride.
If you're playing for more of a point of power, supreme confidence can hold extreme grounds. Even if it's false confidence, dragons still respect the, I guess you could say, the arrogance of youth to them. So there is, if you're going to play the bit, best better commit.
Girl, where's the coffin there?
You didn't play the bit.
I actually did, though.
Like, what are you talking about?
With that being the case, show proper reverence to the current Dragon King. There are even the dragons that would oppose the Dragon King. Showing disdain or distaste for him would likely land you in we'll say a pool of magma in their eyes. As only those willing to challenge him would have the right to disrespect him, if that makes sense.
One of the big red dragons already tried to put me in a pool of lava. I ran away.
Don't show fear. It's another way to quickly lose
Oh, I didn't
heart.
show fear. I just didn't want to get burned.
The only other one that I could maybe recommend for all of you is a show of power of some kind. Not something I recommend lightheartedly, but you may be already faring quite well amongst dragonkind then. For what it's worth, I do know that there are, we'll say, whispers about you. You're not doing too poorly so far.
Just so you guys know, that lightning show I pulled off was mostly to show, like, I can do this, but I'm not the only one.
But you are the only one.
You all can pull off your own feats of strength, but they don't know what that is yet.
There's a reason I was not trying to show it.
No, I know. What I'm saying is that...
Oh, he's got a secret weapon. I found it out.
I've shown mine just to show them the scale of what each of us can do.
I'll show you mine.
Without
I
having
showed
to
it off
actually show
when I was you.
Fire claws.
The guide seems kind of confused. I must have missed this one, but no worries.
Dreamscape.
Along the lines of what you asked for, by the way.
Can you imagine your nickname just became Fire Claws? So good.
You rolled out a large stick. It's like a skewer, but like a skewer made for a giant. As he hands to you what appears, it almost looks like the end of a dragon's tail. This is within the Dragon Festival. Technically, any spoils of conquest are actually available to you. There aren't many stalls where you can find this, but I wanted to give you this. I knew you had a taste for the finer things.
It's roasted newt.
Well, are you really willing to...
It's a tough meat. It's almost like jerky despite the texture of steak.
It's a roasted newt.
Or, apologies, the flavor of steak. It's like jerky with the flavor of steak, like a dried steak.
Tastes like chicken.
So jerky? Is it jerky just
It's technically beef.
Well,
More like raw steak? Like
No,
raw
it's-
steak?
Bloody's not the right word. It's more juicy. It's like a juicy jerky. That would be the easiest way to describe it. But the way that it tears...
Marble jerky.
Yeah. Marble jerky works.
well, Zarion, as per Tiku's wishes, if you wouldn't mind giving us but a moment to discuss.
Oh, by all means, by all means. He takes like 5 steps back.
Are you saying that Tiku has to be like, who's in my body?
What?
Okay, who's in my body?
I
was on your body.
You need me to be all both bulky and suicidal?
What?
I'm not quite sure that I understand the question.
I don't think I understand your question.
You said we need to peacock in front of dragons.
I said you needed to be confident. Not exactly the same, but that's only if you're not willing to show respect.
Oh,
You show deference every time, so you need not worry.
Similar to what we had told you early on, that if you're going to, whichever route you pick, whether you choose to spare your opponents, siding with the Dragon King, or no quarter, siding with the Challenger, in that same vein, Dragonkind would view you the same. If you tilter between false confidence and, or even real confidence, but you teeter between that and fear, or easier to say, between confidence and false confidence, that is where a dragon will see and enact on that fault within you. As long as you are wholeheartedly committed to one way or the other, you'll likely find favor, well, maybe not with all, with a good portion of dragons. Simply find the ones that you would interact positively with, and then commit to who you are.
Just shine their toe claws, Tiku. They'll love you.
that was
There are
never
certain
Tiku's
dragons
job,
that I'm sure
but
would like that.
Give it a little rub, shine it.
That was always Tiku's job. Tiku's not as good at that.
You don't have to shine any claws. For now, just be yourself. Be true to yourself, and don't try to put on a false front. Dragons are good at seeing it. No, just by all means.
I have one additional request, and I'm willing to pay for your services.
You just immediately, full focus. How can I help you?
I was just curious if you could do a little bit of digging. I have received information that there appears to be a plot for a member of the Royal Dragons, Siltharion specifically. I was wondering if you could dig a little bit on that.
Plot for what? Is she plotting? Is someone
is
plotting
planning
against
to
her?
kill her.
Juicy bit of information.
He wants to know how, and when, and why.
What is the pay we're talking here?
I do not know your services, and I assume you will not cheat me. So, what pay are we talking here?
Depends on how involved you want for me to get.
How confident are you?
Very.
Then very.
Marvelous. I may have to rain check for perhaps find me in the evening, Tiku. I shan't be long. He turns and walks into the crowd. And you guys are once again left alone as
What did
Tiku
you wanna
shoves
talk
part of
about,
a
Tiku?
stick that was still stuck in the tail into her mouth.
What did you want to talk about before you stuffed your face with roasted meat?
At this point, but you being near Lone Peak, Batal would again appear and says, "Do you wish to return so soon?" As he would again open up that mercury-like door.
Tiku doesn't feel good talking in open. Hold on.
She effectively pulls just this giant splinter out from in between her teeth.
And she eats it
And
again.
then eats it.
Did you just eat a stick?
She sees the grease on it, just.
I don't think sticks are supposed to be edible.
Turtles eat bark.
Nah,
Does
it's
she look like a turtle to you?
Keys eat weirder things.
Teeth sharp. Well,
it was the newt or dragon.
I assume you wish to speak, so let us speak. I'm sorry.
Tiku's not talking about it here.
Get it?
Nope.
You grab these.
As Razu would walk through the gate
That's
to the
what-
manor.
Going to the house.
Okay. As a quick little excursion into the morning festival. You guys find your way back
Hi,
to
guys.
Roosevelt Cavern. Again, left with your own company and that of Batal, who stands with you guys in the grounds just outside the manor wall.
Is there a
You wish
bench?
to enter back inside.
Is there a bench nearby?
Yep.
So the way that I'm going to interpret that is you actually ask Batal, and of course, as he gestures, and as you look over to where
was not there
you were
before.
sure was empty, there's a whole almost garden area. There's a small fountain that seems to be there. Grass, despite the despite the lack of natural lighting. Almost a makeshift courtyard. Hedges that have been neatly cut, making pathways with almost like the dragon sentries that stand outside. As effectively, again, a courtyard, picnic area almost, that doesn't just seem to spawn. It's just like you look, and it was there.
Impressive. I'll take a seat. So,
Tiku feels how soft the plains grass is,
It's very, very nice.
and
It's got almost a little bit of bounce to it, almost like when you set down like fake grass, where it's still got that fine like grass like, but at the base of it, it's malleable. A little bit of a base.
got a little give.
Yeah.
You guys gonna get on all fours?
I'm gonna crawl in a circle.
And then they lay down on the grass.
So we're taking a nap. We're not actually talking.
No.
She's like head on the ground, eyes closed. Oh.
I believe she has forgotten.
Oh, I missed the plane. Oh. What were we gonna talk about? Hold on.
For what it's worth, there was some concern earlier. I will leave you alone in the courtyard. Please, summon me when you are done.
I
As-
appreciate your false sense of honoring our privacy.
Batal would not actually enter the courtyard grounds, which isn't that large. It's probably about a good it's a good 200 square feet. So it's fairly big, but for a courtyard it'd be on the smaller side. But he does stay on the outside of it.
The illusion of privacy is nice.
While Tiku is thinking, have you heard of the Herald of the End of the Dragon Wars?
The
I don't
Herald
believe
at the end of the
so.
Dragon Wars?
I heard about the Herald. I don't think any of us have, yeah.
History check.
Go for it.
I'm great at these.
You need to be.
Why I asked you!
I didn't know there was a Herald at the end of the Dragon Wars.
I'll guidance you unless you guidance yourself.
I mean, I can guidance myself. Let me think for a moment.
Maybe he isn't good at this.
And my inspiration, this one. How pertinent do you think this is?
Relatively?
Sure, why not? We'll guidance this one.
Guidance
No,
or
not guidance.
inspiration?
Inspiration.
Okay.
Inspiration. I'm already using guidance. I meant inspiration. It's a 25.
So the Dragon Wars, as you've already kind of experienced a little bit, the Dragon Wars are not readily recorded, or openly recorded, I should say, throughout really all of Cantafar at whole, but especially within Altira. The only, I would say that you would have seen like a passage or two of something called the Herald of the End, but you would have almost taken it more of like the ramblings of almost psychotic wizards talking about end times. Never thought about it in
Children, bedtime stories, that kind of thing.
Yeah, effectively. The Herald of the End, though, even when you read about it and the way that it's written about, would have given you a future sense. Nothing that would have led you to like a past sense. So you would, while that's the only thing you can think of, you would almost be inclined to believe that they are different or the history has been altered for what you've heard about.
Doesn't sound like anything concrete, at least nothing I can make draw an opinion from in this time.
Understandable. I wasn't able to dredge up anything upon it. But I was just asking, as that is my belief of the individual who currently owns the sixth coin.
I
I
mean,
was curious
that
if
sounds
you
a
knew
little
anything about it.
foreboding. But I guess what we're doing is also...
Yes. And I figured if anyone here would know about it, it would be you.
So, Tiku has a theory.
Okay.
Wait, is there anything else you want to talk about with this
No.
Herald thing?
That was the end of my question.
Ultimately, I'll look into it.
Tiku's never heard of these Herald things.
Me too. What did you want to say?
Oh. So I think Princeling is supposed to win and become... Or maybe King traps Princeling with him in the Crystal Eye. And Tiku was sent to kill the Princeling. Tiku thinks he might be my key to finishing Tiku.
What if? Hold on.
You think he's your next meal?
Wasn't in the vision of everybody dying to the creature at the bottom, wasn't there multiple heads?
Yes.
And the Dragon King only has one head.
Well, we don't know necessarily if it's multiple heads or like multiple time, like
So-
of him in different times.
Just to inform you, or I suppose remind you, Gurgle, the six-headed guardian is not the
king.
prisoner.
No, he's not the king. The king
Yeah.
is
Are we sure this
imprisoned
is
by the
something to talk
six-headed guardian.
Correct.
As long as we don't talk about the thing, the four-letter word, you know? Or the
Or the fact
Or
that
the
we are
fi-
from some
the six-letter
things.
word that starts with an F.
And we're also supposed to have some privacy here, and we can talk about pretty much any creature in here too. Because who's
No,
to say?
last time. No. If Rose here too before. Carefree.
Saying like hydras exist.
Yeah, the six-headed. No, I don't know how many heads.
We
it has.
just have to be a little vague,
And
so that
anyways,
everyone understands.
we also know the most likely personalities of a single entity, and because this is where the idea of the sprigs came from. What I have pieced together.
I was just like, what if the dad and the kid, like,
Mated?
no,
That seems very improbable.
no, that's not what I'm saying. Why'd you go there?
Or
Because you did the sign.
That's this.
or he and the king entrapped everyone that believed in the prince's point of view into one dragon, which is why they all have conflicting points of views, different emotions, and there's thousands of them.
This is all speculation at the end of the day. There's no way to confirm any of this.
I live in speculation.
Tiku's only thoughts were we could either stay passive and not do anything and let it play out how it does. But I don't think that'll save any dragons.
I don't know if it's our job to save dragons, is it?
Well, I don't think we can at this point because we can't, in my understanding, affect the outcome. Like, the Dragon War is going to play out the way it has in our history.
I mean, anyone you don't save is someone you didn't save.
Tiku doesn't like brainsling, but
I hope
Tiku needs.
I hope that guy doesn't have a family, and the
What guy are you talking about?
Well,
oh, you
apparently,
know, just the guy.
Just seems very odd.
well, I mean, I guess things are supposed to happen the way that they turn out, and so that our
Tiku thinks.
gosh, dang, this is hard.
Tiku thinks. I see what you're saying. Tiku thinks that maybe we should get this spell book. Potentially save some dragons. Help this guy become food later. And maybe Zephyr.
I knew
and-
that's what you were hinting at.
I would want to determine the order or the
Don't we all
Contents.
come food at some point?
of this.
Oh, she
spell.
wants to turn
Maybe
Mr.
Zephyr.
Purple. She wants to turn Mr. Purple into her own personal platinum dragon snack.
He's blue.
Just to clarify, I do not believe that even all 6 of us combined could take on Vorthalax. At least it would be a fight, to say the very least.
But hey, don't you want to stop that guy that made that veiled threat about your lady?
That's true. He did. Passive aggressively.
So Tiku thinks we
Believe
help
I'm
him now.
stupid. Of course I know that.
And Tiku needs to eat somebody.
But I'm not suicidal.
The
We don't
king,
fight him now.
Well, we're not
We
the
fight him
king said
later.
you.
Head on.
The king said you need to find her in the future.
Correct.
He'll probably help us fight Vorthalax.
Don't
in
say
the
that
future.
word.
So as a quick reminder,
That one might
you
be
guys
okay.
have already talked.
Only if other people can hear it.
Well, you've also talked to Orlavel, and nothing seemed to happen when you talked to him.
Yeah.
He's one of the only individuals that you've talked to about the future that not only did the Dragon King not basically reprimand you for, but nothing concerning the Chrono Hunter has happened whenever you've interacted with
And
Orlavel.
Batal, but yeah.
No,
And so
With
Orlavel
Orlavel,
and his
yes,
manner
but-
by
Also,
extension.
technically, he was talking
no,
about the
it
future, not the
happened with the
past.
manner.
Stop saying that word. Last time I used that word, things happened.
It happened in the manner when
were
I
out in
tried
the
to
open.
contact the Packer.
But everyone was staring.
That
And
did,
also, you were
that
saying
did
we were
happen in the
from the
manner, kind
future.
of.
In
That's-
the
That
manner.
was in his Packer's domain.
To put it simply, I'm not going to take any information as guaranteed. Anyone who survives might not.
Maybe the key to helping her survive and making this guy my meal that I need to kill in
We'll sacrifice the rest of the dragons to save his girlfriend in the future. Got it.
No. I think the
You're
dragons
making
are gonna
this
happen either way.
Very difficult.
I'm just saying. That's what she suggested.
Gurgle likes to live vicariously through us. It's very lonely.
Also, Tiku thinks that Zephyr and Gurgle can look at this wizard spell magic book thing and maybe find some things out about why the crystal isle is like it
Or
is.
you just don't know, Zephyr.
I forgot that they did this for you with Cistaria.
Still doing it.
Fair.
I'm not the one all getting all starry-eyed
There's no-
whenever I looked at her. You were.
Point proven.
All right.
Although, to be fair, that we have way more grounds
Also,
with
even
your
if
girl.
she's not your girlfriend,
literally
it's
asked
still,
her out.
the point stands.
You did not hear that.
We heard you asked the daddy.
I asked for permission and he denied it, basically.
He said in the future.
Currently.
I said, even if she's not his girlfriend, it still
That
doesn't
counts
change.
as asking someone out.
It doesn't change the sequence of events, is what I'm saying. We're still sacrificing the rest of the dragons to save his potential girlfriend, okay?
We're not sacrificing
Well,
him.
why
just
do we
say
need
her
to sacrifice all the dragons?
Well, because the purple dragon's gonna kill them all.
I'm not down for
sounds like
sacrificing people
genocide.
for personal gain.
I agree.
We've experienced this with
But
Theron.
I'm saying, that's
Someone-
what Tiku's talking about. Tiku's
Can
talking
someone-
about siding with the purple dragon and
I'm pretty sure she said to eat him.
fattening him up. Yeah, but we've got to side with him so that he gets fattened up because he's got to kill his
But then
dad.
we eat him.
So, I believe it is not a foregone conclusion that he will succeed with or without our help.
I'm pretty sure he's going to
what they
succeed
do.
in his short-term goals.
Correct.
Exactly.
Our goal is to. We're playing the long game. When I was talking to him and
Exactly.
saying that his squabbles here means nothing to me, I literally meant that.
I'm not.
It's
It
my-
really does.
Listen, I'm not saying that I'm saying that we should or shouldn't do anything. I'm just clarifying what Tiku is saying, that we should help him and he's gonna kill everyone and save his future girlfriend or potential future girlfriend. And
Do you just not remember her name?
no, I just think that you
What's-
have a crush on
what
her.
is her name?
What's her name?
Huh?
What's your name?
Listen. That's not the point.
Pretty dragon lady.
I already told you guys I was never good with names. It took me weeks just to remember everybody here's name.
Is that why
As
you let me
long
get shot in the back?
as the point was proven.
The point is that his future girlfriend,
Yeah, I know.
his future girlfriend has to be saved, and the only way to save her is apparently to team up with Purple Dragon, who's going to kill everybody, so that he becomes fat, so that Tiku can eat him in the.
That is not the only way.
And maybe he thinks we're on his side and we sided with him so I
In
get to
the place of hell.
backstab him easier.
That is very.
Though
what's the
I
word
think
I
in
wanna
order
use?
for
Ruthless.
this plan to work,
Deceptive. Of
I
you,
feel
Tiku.
there might be one
Intelligent?
person in our party that would have to really apologize and grovel
No.
for forgiveness.
Oh,
I do not think he's capable of that.
I'm not groveling to the dragon.
I thought you beat the Packer in a game of being humble.
And no offense, Tiku, but of everyone that's
He
here,
does bring up a good point,
whoever here is good at groveling, it's probably you.
but he did bring up a good point.
What's that?
it's a good skill to
You
have.
beat the Packer and being
Keeps you
humble.
alive.
I'm humble to my God. I am not humble to those that are beneath my God.
All right, but now how's about this? It doesn't have to be heartfelt or sincere. It just needs to appear heartfelt and sincere.
I am not a performer. If you've seen me, I'm not very,
I don't think he actually will care that much if Kane's right about dragons.
very persuasive.
Sorry, did you say something directed
Okay,
towards
so
me?
so the idea is that we
don't-
does everybody agree with Tiku that we should team up with Purple?
So
I
Tiku thinks that we should
It's
look at
making
what the book is. Maybe learn from it, learn what he wants and what he's doing.
Help Purple get his way to save.
If the book is
No.
too dangerous, maybe we don't give it to him. But if it's not, then we give it to him to help
Also-
him elevate to fatten him up. Yes.
I mean, this is obviously taken out of the businessman's playbook on doing a hostile takeover by getting in with your business partner, make him think that he's on your side, and then
Then you kill him
turning the
later.
tables on him.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no. You don't need to.
I mean,
kill
she
him.
wants to.
I mean,
eat
in
it.
our situation, you're probably gonna have to kill him because, like in business terms, you don't kill him. You just cut him out with contracts.
By the
Tiku
way,
thinks the
Tiku,
dragon might be weaker in the
our head time.
Yes,
Yeah.
Tiku,
based on the Dragon
Plus.
King sealing him away, it's gonna probably cost him.
Tiku, I think you're spending too much time with Gurgle. You're getting very underhanded.
Tiku's family is dying.
I'm nice to people. What do you
You
mean?
own an underground empire, effectively.
Tiku is dying, and that guy was
Somebody
me.
had to run
Stop
it.
talking.
I agree.
Tiku is dying. Tiku's family is dying, and that guy is me. And he might be the key to curing Tiku and family.
But what if he also is
I
part
think-
of the reason why they're being eaten?
I think
What?
I think he's the cure
Well, I mean, if he
anyways.
stays alive in the place ahead, that means he's in the place ahead right now.
Yeah, and probably in the Crystal Eye. Yeah. I think he's one of the pillars.
But doesn't that mean that he's also
Or I
partly?
mean, a version of him is. Anyway.
Doesn't that mean he's also partly responsible for eating your or tormenting your friends?
Tiku, ultimately, regardless what your
To
personal
be eaten. That's what Tiku said.
regardless what your personal motivations are, just think about what kind of world he wants to create. Do you want to even support that for a moment?
Biggest dragon eats all little dragons. That's how it's always been.
But what if he gets the power, regardless of whether we help him or not, and you still get to eat him without helping him? Imagine that. Think about it.
We should still look into the book.
Of course, we should still look into the book, determine what it is, why he wants it, but we're not giving it to him.
I
I
think
don't know about looking into the book.
I ain't afraid of no books.
I'm not saying that
I'm
as
saying
much
he
as
could delve into our minds. The possibility did
There's-
cross my mind.
I'm trying to
but
figure out what the game is about even telling us about the book. He already knew that we weren't going to side with him at the start.
True.
Obviously.
Did he know that?
Oh, for sure.
I don't know
He
if
at
that
least
was
highly
predetermined.
suspected it.
After I made my stance with the Dragon King like I did, it was obvious that we weren't going to join him.
But I think he's supremely. So dragons are supremely confident. Like he probably was like, "There's no way these guys are going to turn me down."
Being a smaller creature like he is, I am assuming he uses his wit over his brawn.
What if his? But what if that's a play? He said that his true form would scare everybody. I don't think he was talking about the purple dragon that we saw earlier. What if that's also a ruse?
I think his form also comes in, like, aspects of his form translate to his other forms.
But what if his mini purple dragon form is also a fake him, and his elf form is a fake him, and his real form is a big purple dragon?
I don't think he's stupid, is what I'm saying, Gurgle.
I don't think he's stupid either.
That's
but,
what I'm
He could tell he
saying.
was
But
a
just
blue
because you're not
dragon.
stupid doesn't mean so.
Gurgle, it doesn't
Thought
matter
process.
how
Thought process.
what
Hold on,
his
time
strength
out.
is or anything like that. I'm saying he wants us to know about the book.
I agree with Zephyr.
But I agree with that part. But what I'm saying is your statement is that he he came in with the impression that we wouldn't join him.
I agree with that too.
I'm thinking more like, no, he's more like Roger. He's just like, I'm the biggest and the strongest. Why wouldn't everybody want to join? It doesn't mean Roger's stupid. It just means that he's arrogant.
Gurgle.
I'm the biggest and the strongest, and I'm just going to take over then.
Ask yourself this: why would he deign to talk with us, to get us on his side?
'Cause
What
he's arrogant.
benefit does that provide?
I think it's probably a twofold thing. So either one, mainly one, not either. This is a mainly and a maybe. Mainly he's arrogant, and also it's not that he wants us. It's that we get to go into Orlaver's manor, and I don't think he's allowed in there right now.
He has an informant. He told us that.
Yeah, but I don't think he can go in there. Regardless, if he could, he wouldn't ask us for the book.
Yeah, but he said he has an informant against his better
I
judgment
don't think his goal
to
is
talk to
necessarily the
us.
book.
Even if, let's say you're right, and there was a 1% chance that he thought we would side with him, why would he risk a 1% chance?
Because he can't get the book elsewise. Didn't you say Orlaver is like the juice of all the dragons?
Not currently,
So, okay, think
How
about
do
this,
you know
Gurgle.
that? What if he is?
because he's not.
Gurgle, here's my point. Let's say if it was a 50-50 chance that, at best, that we joined him, right? Even in his eyes, from his perspective, right?
Okay.
Can you agree with that?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm with you.
Oh, okay, if this book is so important to him, why risk turning to someone that could then impose him later?
Find the book and destroy it.
Or just tell people to increase security around the
I don't
book?
think we know enough about the book. Also, I don't think that he would outright go against. Again, I
That's
think you guys
what-
are underestimating Orlaver in this whole situation.
I'm
This whole
not.
hypothetical.
He's going against the current king.
He's
know.
strong enough to fight a dragon of
But what,
his power.
but what I'm saying is, I don't think he fears us at all. I think you're thinking like he's thinking 10 steps ahead. I'm thinking like he's arrogant. He comes. He's like, I want your help to do this because I don't want to fight Orlaver.
If you're wrong and we're right, but we do your plan, we are the ones who fail and suffer. If we're right and you're wrong and we do your plan, no one suffers.
I think he meant our plan.
No, I said what I said. What I'm
Is it
saying
his
is,
plan,
if
though?
we do nothing,
I mean, you said-
that
you
is
said-
the best outcome. If we do find the book and it ends up being bad, that is the worst outcome.
Not necessarily. We just don't have to give it to him.
If we find the book and the fact of finding the book is what causes whatever Vorthalax wants to happen, that is what I'm referring to.
But that's the thing, Kane. Whatever's going to happen is already going to happen regardless of what we do.
But
Incorrect. That
No,
would say
that's-
that our fates are sealed, and I refuse to believe that.
Well, even if that's not true, even if what you're saying is true, and let's pretend for a second that I'm more inclined to agree with Mr. Beekman here, but let's just pretend for a second that we can somehow affect this alternate area that we're in, and that will have some effect on us in the far ahead times. The weird part that I have with this whole situation is I didn't get the whole scheming kind of mentality from this purple guy. I got the type of I'm better than everybody and I'm taking my place kind of guy. The scheming guy actually seems more like Orlaver.
Correct.
So my point is, I don't think he's like thinking he's not like some super dragon chess player where he's like, oh, I'm gonna tell them about this book so that they go think about the book and find the book, and then that's gonna cause this whole sequence. I think he's more like, I just want the book and it's not gonna do you guys any good, so you should get it for me.
Again, whether you are right or wrong, the situation is that if us finding out the book is truly the only trigger required, that is the worst case scenario.
Why not
I do not
ask-
believe
Why
it is
doesn't-
worth it.
Why not
doesn't
ask
it
the
look-
librarian? The one that has it. If she thinks it's pertinent.
I just don't think
if we
we have
know or
enough
not.
information to say whether or not finding the book is going to be negative or positive, and I also just don't think that having
I'm
more
more
information
trying
is a
to
bad idea.
understand the motives behind why he would tell us about the book.
Orville
then
knows that.
I can figure out the
let
motives of
Tiku-
the.
Can
Red
you?
Dragon.
Without finding the book?
Yeah, I can just go talk to him. I'm really good at reading people.
Okay. You go do
So
that.
if Gurgle does that and Clay talks to his daddy,
Kane.
Clay, daddy, or Clay, yes. Words.
You just failed 3 times in a row.
Kane talks to his daddy about, because Kane's daddy already knows about this guy wanting whatever this book is. So maybe he can get more information about what this is or what he wanted.
Unfortunately, I'm not very good at lying.
And Gurgle can go talk to Princeling again, I guess. That's 2 avenues to get more information.
Wait, you're going to speak with Vorthalax again?
I mean, if you guys are so unsure about his motivations, I can figure it out. I'm pretty sure. I'm good at
I'm
this
sure
kind of stuff.
about most people's motivations.
There's also a possibility that the prince is just a face.
Also, Vorthalax will not speak with you, I'm nigh positive.
Oh, I bet you would.
At this point, he believes you too much of an idiot to deign.
Whether or not he
presence.
believes I'm an idiot, he also knows that I'm one of the only people that could get the book.
Join me and kill Zephyr.
He's seen what I can do. I guarantee he's been watching us.
So Tiku has another question. Are we done talking about this?
Go ahead.
You do investigate books. We decide later. That's what Tiku has learned.
Sure.
Will you investigate books?
I
You
speak with
investigate
all
your
of
way,
them.
he investigates his
You
way.
speak with Vorthalax.
Oh.
And
Whereas
Zephyr
you
speaks
can
with the
investigate
Librarian.
his way.
And Zephyr seems to have made a connection.
Genius. he's obviously the smartest one among us. Clearly.
But I mean, that was Tiku's idea. Tiku's the smartest among us.
No. He's the only one that he's the only one that could think of a thing that we didn't all think of.
What was your question, Tiku?
What was that thing?
What was your question?
Okay, Tiku wasn't sure if we were done yet. Does Tiku have to be big like a dragon?
Be big like a dragon?
Like big in soul?
You do
Presence.
Like, do you have to be like that?
You do not have to be, no. But it is usually a recommended course of action. As if you have strength, you protect what you care about and love.
I actually prefer myself to just make it seem like you're not that scary, and then steal all their stuff.
That would not work within Draconic society.
And then just point and laugh because they think they have stuff, but you stole it all.
Tiku can't
Doesn't
do
that just make them angry?
Probably, but what are they gonna do? I have all their stuff.
Attack you?
There are dragons.
Murder you?
They have to catch me first.
But when you're a whole clan of people, that's that'd be easy.
Have you already stole people's stuff here?
Are you talking about you guys or the
Dragon.
Wait, yes.
To both questions, actually.
I mean, no, I haven't stolen your guys' stuff.
What about the dragon?
Insight check.
Check my own
You like shiny things, right? Tiku has.
I fell.
Tiku won some shiny
6.
things.
I'm not incredibly good at deception either, but
It's an honest toad.
actually, I mean that's not totally honest. I actually have stolen one thing from somebody.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you've
failed
definitely
his
stolen
insight.
from us before.
You've stolen
just
many
not,
things.
Just not recently.
What were you saying, Michaela? Tiku?
Tiku's trying to find something shiny that she has to give to Gurgle.
So, I heard that right. Plan is Zephyr wants to go to the library. You want to try and find Orla Vale. And you want to try and talk to Vorthalax again.
I guess I'm talking to Mr. Purple.
If Tiku has to be big to protect her friends, big or
You have to have the strength to enforce your will.
I got you, Tiku. I got you. I got you.
Be that size of your soul
Just close your eyes.
or physical strength.
Feel the strength. I cast enlarge on her.
I feel heavier.
Grass ain't quite as comfy anymore.
The grass has gotten a little harder. This is what it's supposed to feel like.
Oh, Oliver's gonna have a field day.
So will you guys tell Tiku when she has to be stronger? Tiku doesn't know if she can do it all the time.
Look at you.
Oh, I'm even bigger now again.
Technically the biggest amongst all of you currently.
How do you guys, little humans, do it? Do they do like this? Is this what you would do?
As Tiku starts posing.
You could
in
beat
this
Razu
courtyard.
in an arm wrestle right now. That's how big you are.
What's an arm
No, you could.
wrestle?
Who's actually good at intimidation?
No, your charisma's low.
What's their pluses?
Okay. 5
+5 with advantage.
I think he's still.
plus
There's a
5.
caveat on that.
I have a +10.
Just my race gives me advantage on intimidation.
I think
That was what we
I think
swapped.
Clay
instead.
may be a best person to talk to about
Wait, Clay is the scariest big dragon?
portraying your presence.
Listen, there's two ways to betray presence. You can either just look at him with a scary face like he could do, or you can just arm wrestle him into the dirt like he does.
I feel like Clay would more so have a kind confidence. Like that daunting.
You can just
Try
shine.
it.
You can just shine on him.
I'll sit down and I'll have a file of papers in it, and I'll sit down and be like, "Do you know what's in this?"
I have a +5
You know where I
can
found
force
this.
advantage and tactical mind.
Please have a seat over here. Did you happen to bring a lawyer with
No, just beat him in an arm wrestle. Arm wrestles when
Well,
you
that's
put your arm on the ground, and they put their arm on the ground, and then you just slam their arm into the ground
What's the point of slamming someone's arm?
to
in
show
the
you're
ground?
bigger and stronger.
Wouldn't it be better to just chop off the arm? To show you're bigger
You don't want
and
to do that with your
stronger?
friends.
Yeah, Razu. You don't want to do that with your friends.
Or that's an awkward topic.
As Zephyr has almost like a jolt. He doesn't have quite perfect.
Razu!
Yes,
I'm gonna put your arm in the ground!
Perfect.
I'd like to see
Let's
you
go.
try.
Let's go. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Okay.
I suppose we're sanctioning an arm.
I'm too tall!
And here on the left side of the ring, we have Razu at 300 pounds, pure muscle and testosterone, against Tiku at a light 150.
You're missing the spell. Zephyr.
Probably around 6.
Zephyr, you're missing the spell. Cast the spell.
So you guys are gonna arm wrestle then?
Talking about thaumaturgy? Yeah, I'm definitely doing thaumaturgy.
All of a sudden,
We
everybody.
contest athletics.
Let's
You're
get
trying
ready
arm
to
wrestle.
rumble!
Instead of
I'm just-
using a
Here we
Kenku
go.
recall, I'm,
I'm
just
just thinking
use
like
enhance ability
Orlaveil's assistant, like
Cast enhance ability.
on myself.
Razu's cheating. He's scared.
It would be very apparent that you're casting a spell on yourself.
Orlaveil.
And she's not cheating.
Orlaveil.
I look up to her.
I message Razu. We're trying to hype her up. Calm down.
Oh,
Razu would
imagine Razu's just
nonchalant drop this spell and stealth drop his mutagen.
Make a persuasion check or performance check. Sorry.
We're gonna Kenku recall this shit, bro.
Stealthily dropping mutagens.
We're dropping the roids.
To be fair, Squad probably did that a lot.
Is a 12
Beats your passive perception?
insight.
It's insight.
Oh,
no, it does not.
It does not.
Tactical mind, easy.
Can't
She's got high insight.
All I have to do is roll.
You also have a
+5
+5 to
or
that
6.
currently, because if I'm not mistaken, you have wisdom, right?
She has dexterity.
Are you just,
Are you Dex?
Yeah.
trying to make
Yeah,
you
right.
the same as me?
Ball. I matched it. Does that win?
No, that means that she
But
wins.
I'm a
No,
player
dice
as well.
roller always beats static number.
No. Insight is to beat the deception.
It's the
So
same
there's
reason of why
certain-
when you match an AC, you beat the AC.
No.
Yeah,
certain-
but I'm performing, and
certain
it's against her
rolls-
passive.
Certain rolls or certain numbers depend on which roll is which roll. So passive perception will always beat out like a stealth
It's like
check
armor class.
or a
If you
sleight
meet
of hand.
the AC, you
No,
beat
this
it.
is the opposite of armor class. Because normally the universal rule is defender wins or dice roller wins. That's just a universal rule that I thought. But apparently Hiram's saying that insight and passive perception, the opposite
So
is true.
there's certain rolls that just beat them out. So like
if I
a
rolled a
roll always
22
beats out armor class, but like if you
I
rolled,
rolled a 22 stealth, but he has a passive 22 passive perception. He
I
still
see
sees
you.
him.
It's like you. So your roll, your stealth is effectively your armor class for being seen, and my passive perception in that case is like the scene. So in this case, your passive insight matches what his performance. Then you can insight his performance.
Tiku just thinks that Razu is trying to help her be strong. So
That is a fair approach.
She's She just thinks Razu's trying to support her, so she's good.
I'll roll with disadvantage.
You could choose to lose.
I don't want to make it obvious.
I will say this much. Now, this is the AI response, so I need to find an actual page for this. But it says, if a passive insight check and a stealth check roll are the same,
I rolled
the
a
stealth
natural
roll
one.
wins because passive check represents the
still
character's
might
baseline
win.
awareness, while an active roll represents focused effort.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, the
But-
universal rule was, like, if you roll
I will
versus a
look
stack
further
number,
into it.
you win ties.
We can go with it for now.
That's what I thought the universal rule was.
Either way, it doesn't matter in
double-check
this
it,
case,
But for now,
but-
we can go with it. Especially because I like the idea of focus beating out passive. With that, I like that. What'd you guys get?
So it's athletics?
It'd be athletics, then you'd have an additional +5 as your status category above him.
Well, I rolled a natural 20 and I have a +10. So 35.
That beats
As
me.
you go to like try and let her win, Razu just into the ground. That hurt so bad and was probably pretty loud. I'm sorry.
I mean,
God.
unfortunately, storyline wise, I would say Razu chose to lose that. I know I could have won that.
I mean, she has tactical mind too.
Yeah, no.
Well, it's tactical mind, but I'm saying I dropped the mutagen and I lost by 2,
But mutagen gives you 2.
which means it would have been a tied tactical mind check.
Yeah, I mean, that's still not that crazy.
What's
I was
your
just
plus-
saying he slammed.
What is your plus to athletics?
Currently, without the +2, it's a +15, which means they're tied.
You have a +15 to athletics, Dave?
Yeah, he's fucking
That's without
goated.
it. I have a +17 with my mutagen.
Razu's
She has
strong as
expertise. She has
shit.
expertise.
I have expertise. No, I don't.
No,
No, I
not
don't.
I was gonna
proficiency.
say,
No, I don't. Never
That
mind.
said, she would still slam you.
No, I don't.
it's just size difference, I think, is what Hiram's saying.
Indeed.
Yeah, but I'm saying even with the size
Well,
difference, the number's higher. which makes the
Razu,
numbers
in
match.
his very high ego mind, is like, I could have won it. But pulls his hand out of a hole, like a dent in the grass.
And then all of a sudden we look,
19
we look
stands
in
up and then
Orlavale.
puffs up again.
We look and Orlavale's just sitting on the edge, like, what the heck are they doing in my house?
We're outside.
Batal is on the outside. For what it's worth, he's looking away from you.
Now do
His
that to an
back is to
ancient
you.
dragon.
How the F am I supposed to do that to an ancient dragon?
You don't have to beat him in an arm wrestle. I'm just saying,
You-
you look imposing, like how you felt when you beat him. That's how you show up.
I've heard the stories of Broshak. You were there, were you not?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when he suplexed the
I have
guardian.
to suplex dragons?
No. It is just have the strength to be capable of doing that.
Does she have the strength
That doesn't
to do
make sense to me.
I do not know, but I'm telling her she will have to.
Your two ways of doing this is either through acts of strength or by puffing yourself up like our friend here.
I don't think he has to puff up. I
It's
think he just has to
hard.
look at you,
No,
menacing.
I'm talking about. Yeah,
I know. I'm
I mean,
saying.
it's vibrato.
Same thing.
I mean, it's very convincing,
Tiku's
but he's not
good at that.
suplexing a dragon.
I'm just worried that he'd make me
No, that's-
broke. He'd do some legal document and turn the whole city against me.
The answer is, Tiku, this is not necessarily a skill that can be taught, but it must be learned. You just have to put forth active effort to learning it.
Don't touch my friends.
Can,
That's a good start. That's a good start.
How much dragon are you, by the way?
I'm
Don't
asking
touch
for
my
like a
friends.
percentage.
Yes, that would be helpful.
Well, I would not be able to grant you a percentage, but I would be throwing an arbitrary number on it.
93%
As
and
I
2
can
and a
tell.
fourth quarters.
I'm missing, and this is again my best guess, I'm missing one key ingredient. As far as I can tell, Orlavale is the one to grant me that. He is withholding it on purpose, though, until I prove myself.
So you're 0% dragon.
I would go with 80
8
to throw a number on it.
So I'm gonna drop that by 20%. No offense, but just be on the cautious side.
No,
It's about 60% dragon.
I was him. I'm telling you, it's like 93 and 2 quarters.
That's just half.
Now, what type of scale are you basing this off of?
I don't know. I was him. I had fire claws.
Dragon girl's name? The
Malrith.
Malrith, that's right. So, Malrith the full dragon?
As soon as she gets back from her current errand, yes. She is currently requesting permission to evolve.
So she went on vacation.
Yes.
How
you
long is she
were
gonna
there.
How long is she been gone for?
I do not
this
know.
is exhausting.
I don't know, but she didn't show up.
Olivale would be the one to speak to, and he said that she is currently in the process, and she does not require assistance.
We
She
need
didn't show up when I called her.
so something I kind of want,
course you
and
wouldn't.
you're probably not going to be super happy about this, but we need a test subject, and it needs to be a dragon.
Are you saying
Tiku's not a dragon yet. Nope.
ability?
Yes, of course. We haven't messed with
You've
that
already
yet.
confirmed that it works on Malrith.
Yes, but I need her to exercise it.
Can you guys just tell
I
Tiku
will-
and she's supposed to be big and puffy?
I require her to answer one question first.
Tiku,
Yes.
you're up.
Do you
What?
desire to
I have to be
keep-
puffy now? What?
He was asking you a question. He
This
just
is
wanted to
not
talk to you.
looking good for her. This power you possess, the ability to control dragons,
I can control dragons.
That's the theory.
that is the theory.
Tiku's never controlled a dragon in her life.
We are aware. Have you not been paying attention? Did you not see what Ubi was capable of?
Obi can do that, yeah.
Because of you.
No, Tiku is done.
You were the catalyst. Your blood awakened it within him, which means you innately possess the ability.
That is not how I thought it worked.
That is how it works.
That's at least what
No.
he thinks.
That is what I know.
Can we at least try to experiment with this a moment?
That is fine. I just want her to answer one question.
Shoot.
Do you desire to keep this ability, or would you rather pass it on to someone more worthy?
Whoa, that's to imply that she's not worthy to have it.
Correct. That is exactly what that implies.
Why do you think she's not worthy?
I'm asking her if she thinks she's worthy. Pay attention to the wording. Sorry.
I have no idea. I don't know what worthy means, but if it allows me to keep my family safe, then yeah, it'd be good to have.
This power is not required to keep your family safe, but it would assist. But having this power is a burden, a responsibility, one I do not believe you are capable of, at least at this current moment. So I'm asking
don't.
you, and I
Why?
require an answer. Do
Why?
you?
Why having a power is a responsibility. Also, why is it bad if I don't use it? Unless they're trying to hurt my family.
Your answer is because any dragon who does not believe you to be their superior, their king, as it were, would kill you.
But I would stop them from killing me.
He says they would hunt you,
They would hunt you
or they would hate you.
and hate you.
Dragons already hate Tiku.
But are you willing to have every dragon in existence out for your head?
That doesn't sound like a good way to survive.
That is why I'm asking, do you desire this power? It is powerful, yes, but also dangerous.
The idea is you would have a power that they would all want, but couldn't take from you. Because you are too powerful. That's basically.
But they would hate you and they'd want to kill you.
But
And
they
also,
couldn't.
even if a dragon, even if you've somehow mastered this dragon
Control.
charmer, dragons don't have to interact with you to kill you. They could just hire some other being to kill you if they really felt like they couldn't do it themselves. So she would be a target. That's all I'm saying.
We're all targets.
Well,
I'm asking her, is she willing to take on this danger, this responsibility?
If it makes us not safe, then he could get rid of it.
So you want
If
to get
it
rid of
keeps us
it?
safe, Tiku keeps it.
That depends on you. That depends on your strength. That depends on your power, your morality, your standards, everything that you are. Dragons. You would force every dragon to follow you. That is the only way you could keep this power and have it not be a burden.
And they'd have to like you not enough to, or like you enough to not kill you,
Or fear you enough.
or be scared of you enough not to kill you.
Tiku's not very good at being scary.
So do you desire this power or not?
Tiku doesn't need this power. If it keeps everybody, if it doesn't keep people safe. But Tiku won't give it to someone that's gonna hurt Tiku's family.
I know of one who would never harm your family. Unless in extreme circumstances.
Boy,
That's still enough, though.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about Orlavale.
Correct.
He's shifty as shit.
This current Orlavale is yes. But you are aware of the kobolds that are in the the savannah near Lone Peak name.
The Highlands.
Is that what like the entire savannah is called? I thought it was like called something else.
Tiltifar is the roaming caravan.
Oh, I thought it
around
had like a name similar to the
The savannah does have a name, but
the Whispering Savannas. I thought it had a name similar to that, but
It's not on your map, so I don't know what the name would be.
I actually do that.
Just Lone Peak.
The area surrounding Lone Peak, which would be the traveling caravan of Tiltifar, would be the group, but the actual planes. For now, just go with Tiltifar.
Are you aware of the... Well, of course you're aware of the kobolds that are within Tiltifar, that are hiding from the Dragonborn that is hunting them.
Yes.
Orlavale could keep them safe, and he would keep them safe.
But you would be under they would be under, and most of your clan may very well be under the rule of Orval if you want to
Which
follow
is
them.
not a bad rule.
I'm not saying it is.
Tiku doesn't
But
know him.
if it's
Tiku doesn't know her answer.
This-
And
Do you
Tiku's
know
answer
me?
stays the same.
this would be the same as choosing a god to follow.
Do you know me?
You follow a god and you're safe.
Do you trust me?
Sometimes. Except for when you're in a crazy dragon form, sometimes that's scary.
I am not currently, so do you trust me?
Not with some of my friends sometimes. You almost killed Ubi.
No, I did not. I
got
helped you
all
save
angry.
him.
Yeah, but then you got all angry when he went all buff, went bigger, and got bigger. You got mad.
I literally... To remind you, I'm the one who saved Razu. Or assisted you in saving him. I'm the one who kept Ubi safe. I'm the one who does not want you to die.
Yes, but you also said that if Ubi doesn't, that Ubi would be killed by Orval.
No. I said there was a possibility.
Yeah, and
Not
if that
that-
possibility is still there, then I won't give it to Pooh. Then give it to him. If he is
I can
good,
speak
then maybe.
on your behalf and guarantee both yours and his safety.
Ubi just one
mean-
kobold.
Not that I have a huge horse in this race, but I will say I'm always cautious when somebody immediately asks us if we're willing to just out one of our friends. Which, if I'm not mistaken, you did ask us that when you found out Tiku had this power initially.
Do you even remember what I did when I found out?
Got angry.
I
That
got
is true.
angry, but I also said that I wanted to not hurt her. So
But-
all I asked was that you do it without my knowledge.
But wanting to
I was
not hurt-
purposefully trying to help you.
I get that in one way, and that's commendable in one way, but what I'm also saying is the fact that you have it as a possibility is already concerning, and I think that's the part you're missing.
Did you not hear what I said, that every dragon in existence would hunt her for this power?
I get that, but like...
All right.
What does that mean?
I have an idea. Okay. Hear me out. How about we let Tiku maintain this power? Use it, nurture it a little bit. If later, when eventually we split ways, she can decide to relinquish it at that point.
If Oliver sees her, he will demand an answer to the question I asked, and he will not be as lenient as I. He will not kill her.
He won't be able to take the power as long as I'm around.
Yes, I believe it is takeable.
Yes, what I'm saying is he won't be able to take it as long as I'm around. I do have use of Tiku as well as all of you to help me in handling our endeavors.
Correct.
You know, sometimes I wonder when the way that you both talk, if Razu was really the bad guy of this whole situation.
Clarify.
He just said he had use of us. He's basically just saying, hey, I can keep you guys around as long as you help me achieve my goal. I'm just saying it's very impersonal, okay? You could be a little nicer.
I didn't say, I already told you I'm not a very
He didn't say it as an insult. He said it as a compliment.
You keep saying that, but I've been listening to this whole conversation. Do you feel like he's
Did
being
I
friendly
hurt
to
your
you?
feelings, girl?
Do you feel like he's being friendly to you?
Do you need me to kiss your boo-boo?
Listen! I'm good at talking.
And you're the one who trusted
Gurgle, we're dealing with gods and dragon kings.
I'm just saying tact
doesn't
helps.
matter.
Tact helps.
Yes, and you do tact with your people.
And truth also assists, and I have been nothing but truthful with Tiku since the day I met her.
But what I'm saying is, does she feel like you're on her side, or does she feel like you're trying to steal her power?
I am not trying to steal her power. I have asked 3 times for her to answer a simple question. If she said she wanted to keep it, I would support her. If she said she wanted to get rid of it, I would support her. But
like the way you say it.
Because she has not answered my question.
I don't think she really needs to.
Tiku doesn't know. And that's fine. But she may figure it out soon.
I think we should let her say what she feels. I'm curious.
She has said. She said that she wants to protect her family.
That's not. No. Forget what she wants. I'm saying, how do you feel, Tiku?
Just scared.
See? That's what I'm saying. You guys are freaking her out.
Tiku doesn't know if she wants to maintain this power because she's being told on one side this will put everything at more danger, which would obviously increases the likelihood people will die around her. And also she's being told that this is a power that could help protect her people, which would be helpful. So she doesn't know.
And I'm informing her it depends on her and how she utilizes it.
It does, but I don't think that matters in the short term.
Also, Tiku doesn't think...
So I think our way to proceed, and also to get more information about it. I mean, Orville did take it over and Tiku relinquished that power, I'm sure he would be most interested in knowing what we figured out about it.
Correct. And to answer your question, I did hear Ubi's call, so I will know if it works.
Do we have test subjects, though?
I am willing to allow her to experiment so she can come to an answer to my question.
Tiku does not feel strong enough to fight all dragons. Just putting that out there.
Just from my curiosity, do we have access to other colors of dragons?
Here in this timeline?
Tiku needs to go get some food.
No shot.
Yeah, probably because if we used it, we'd have to kill them afterwards.
We would also risk our tailor showing up.
Do we know anyone that knows polymorph and can turn into a different type of dragon? Can you turn into multiple dragons?
Wasn't that kind of your thing?
I have not tried.
I didn't say that you've used it. I said
Tiku's still dying.
you said do we know somebody that can use polymorph? I think the only person I know that can use magic like that is you.
Your answer
I've never
is
used polymorph, like I
I
said.
didn't say you could use it. I said you're the only one that. I didn't say you can right now. I said you're the only one that could use it.
Didn't Kane just said he could
Also,
use it?
Wait, hold on.
He even
time.
knows
have
it.
access to polymorph right now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I
Like,
could, you know what? Fuck this. I'm turning him into a fucking chicken.
I think about counterspell for a while. I'm like, no.
I cast polymorph on him to turn him into a chicken.
Now you do get a save.
It is a
Wisdom
it's
saving
a wisdom
throw.
saving throw.
Not a chicken. I'm gonna say
A smaller toad.
Has to be something you've seen before.
A kinku.
I'm gonna say just a bird, just like a pigeon.
Not today, son! Natural 20.
All right then.
Do I silvery barbs? Do I silvery barbs?
I already cast the spell.
Okay, I'm gonna say above 10, or, above 10 silvery barbs. Nope, no silvery barbs today.
of course I have the spell.
You would still know that you resisted the spell, though.
Also, I don't really appreciate you casting spells on me.
I don't really appreciate you not paying attention to anything I said this entire conversation.
I'm just saying you sound aggressive. If you want people to like you, you gotta be nicer.
I am not a nice person.
Real quick, important distinction, just so you guys know. I might overrule this. Don't know yet. New polymorph only allows you to transform into beasts.
What?
Same with old polymorph.
Yeah, that's the
That's
same.
always been a thing.
Oh yeah, no, it's only true polymorph
Yeah.
that lets you go.
Yeah, true
polymorph has
polymorph.
always been the beast category.
Isn't a chicken
Yeah.
a beast, though? Wouldn't a chicken be qualified as
It's
beast?
beast and some other stuff.
He's
I
saying
think,
that you wouldn't be able to
but-
polymorph into a dragon, but
Oh,
I
you're
was
right.
saying
Apologies. That's
that
correct.
my
Carry on. Carry on.
I should be able to is what I was saying.
Yeah, carry on. Carry on. I was just. I was
But
letting
yeah,
you
we-
stop.
He
Current
can't polymorph us into dragons, but he can polymorph himself into a dragon.
Yeah, he
Yes.
could
I was
polymorph
technically-
him
yeah.
into a rosette spoonbill.
I have,
but not a dragon.
based upon what I said, I have ways of creating different colors of dragons.
Yeah, we got it. Okay.
Which is literally what I said, and you just completely ignored me, is what I'm getting pissed at.
Apologies. Carry on.
I was just
Wonder-
really
wonder if
focused on
magic
him being a
imposed
dragon.
dragon forms counts.
I
I
could
don't know.
test.
I guess we can find out.
Just polymorph and I'll take some blood compared to the real one
Or you can get the real one.
It would not be
From his pet.
utilizing polymorph.
from his pet.
No, you can get of the different colors,
and just to
like different chromatics and
inform,
metallics.
I'm
I think
willing.
dragons are similar enough, I could tell.
I'm willing to submit myself to Tiku's experimentation. No offense, Razu. Yours has been drastic in the past.
Kind of seem to have some rough side effects too.
Correct.
As Tiku just recalls an owl and its face splitting in the games.
I did not do that. Nor have I done anything you are talking about.
What's the side effect?
Bird!
I did what?
You made the bird!
It was not.
You don't remember
It was
that.
a crow, though.
You don't know about the.
I'm not saying
one
that in
of the
Kane's
first-
voice!
It was a
This is
crow.
one of the first things that happened in the campaign. Razu created a genetic super bird
That almost killed someone.
that
They did kill
flew
someone.
into
No, it
someone's
didn't.
skull.
No, it didn't.
I
and-
revived him with my orb. It killed him.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
it
yeah,
straight
that's
up.
right.
It straight up flew into someone's head and concaved his skull in and killed him. And they had to figure out a way to res him because he was one of their teammates. Tiku's the only one who would actually know that.
No one knows about it.
Tiku
have
knows
not
about
been
it.
the most
about it.
kind.
Who's there?
You don't know that?
Tiku doesn't care though.
Also, it's like my mutagens have side effects. You don't know that? You've never had a mutagen?
We can
Definitely
see
no.
the side effects.
The side effects is like disadvantage on my dex, but my dex is still higher than the average person.
No,
I
there's-
don't
it's
think you'd
very-
actually be able to
oh,
know.
no, it's-
You would be the only one that would actually know.
It is apparent.
Especially for this many years.
It's all. It's like when you see bodybuilders and you're like, that guy's on steroids. That guy's
And he
probably
can't
natural.
reach his back
That guy's on
because of how many
steroids.
muscles he has.
Yeah, but it's like we have a simulation with steroids that it's a known thing. This is an unknown thing. So just because they look like they're on steroids, you're like, yeah, you're on steroids or not natural.
But
you wouldn't
but-
know there's a
but
bad
you're
Talking
They know
about
when
the
you're-
context of your party.
when your
Your
muscles
party
are
would very
buffed up.
much so know what you look like through different
When your
Immunity.
muscles
When you
are
have
buffed
different
up,
immunity
we
genes.
know you lose some capability
Yeah.
with your body.
You're not as dexterous anymore.
Yeah.
It is not hidden.
But I
Yeah.
force dex advantage anyway.
The
Then
answer
it would
is
be a
it's not
straight
hidden.
roll.
This has
At
never
best.
been hidden. It's always been something. Like literally, we talk about it being in your eyes.
Yeah. Like everyone knows this. Like everyone that sees you knows that something's going
I'm
on.
just saying,
Most people just think
side
you're a drug
effects
addict.
like aren't really there.
With that being the case,
This was a long conversation for a very simple answer. But, Tiku, I would appreciate if you thought on my question and came up with an answer sooner rather than later. For now, I believe it is best if we accomplish the goal that we set before.
Experiments? Is that what we're saying?
Either experiments or you figuring out the spell book, or at least asking the librarian of the spell book. Speaking with
I'm
Oliver.
thinking we should be very subtle about the spell book thing, at least for the short term, unless you're gonna go talk to Dragon
I guess I'm
Prince.
gonna go talk to a dragon.
You're gonna talk to Dragon Prince and try to coax it out of him, I guess.
If you die, I'll visit your gravestone.
Oh, I'll be fine.
So, I'm just curious, how are you gonna try to persuade him anyways?
Oh no, I was just gonna go in and talk to him.
You're gonna, try to woo him, or...?
You like the cookie?
we're seducing the whole royal family.
I'm not gonna try and get him attracted to me.
I just was wondering what your plan was.
I'm just gonna talk to him.
So when it inevitably backfires, I know what I might need to do.
Also, one additional thing.
I'm not gonna incriminate anybody.
No, I'm saying...
I'm just gonna be like, yo, why do you want the book?
Turtle,
Explain to me why you want the
why
book.
are you avoiding this question?
I'm just gonna tell him why do you want the book. That's how the conversation's gonna go.
So, honesty is your play.
I mean, why? Why do anything else? I'm also not good at lying.
Okay. Then, so you're just gonna try to persuade him, be like, yo, we're buddies. Can you tell me about the
Yeah,
book?"
exactly.
Okay, that's why I was curious.
Rose says he's not good at lying. He probably has at least a +7.
Also,
I don't think he does.
in terms of experimentation, I would like this to be a two-way street, if that's all right. I currently have access to something new.
I wanted to
do
spend
not-
the day in the forge.
You gotta stop interrupting.
Know how it works, and I would appreciate your assistance.
Yeah, he
And what does
broke.
this entail?
You remember me asking about magical items before, correct?
Yes, and eating them?
As far as I can tell, I believe it is possible for me to imbue this power as well into others.
He wants to make you eat magic items.
I think he wants to
It's
just
very-
supercharge me.
Crude way of putting it, but yes. And I want to determine the specifics.
What if you
Is
can
this-
make your arm
is this gonna
suck
hurt?
magic?
It did not hurt me when I tried it. However, it did drain me.
Can we try it on a small critter first? And then work our way up to human testing?
I've already tested it upon myself, but if you are so scared, yes.
Yes, I just don't want to lose the other arm.
Well,
I
he
can
was-
also experiment on Tiku, or Gerber, or Razu, or
And
even
I-
Clay.
Also,
So-
I don't have Revivify handy.
I
so-
do.
Oh, at least that's comforting.
I'll do some dragon blood experimenting and you get it. Why are you so opposed?
I'll do a
It
little
says drawing a
research
little
on,
blood. It's experimenting on blood outside of your body.
Ooh, I wonder if Aerith would be okay with this.
You guys are all crazy.
She's got
Aerith
some.
would work.
She's got some magical. I'll need to talk with her.
How rich are we?
I'm not rich. I lost all my savings.
I want to bet.
I have. I just pull out a ledger. All right. Currently, we're at 71 platinum, 131 gold, 159 silver, and 81 copper.
We kind of broke as fuck.
It's actually not.
So about, if you just want to round this up,
300 gold?
84
Or-
platinum. So
currently-
840
800
gold.
gold, yeah.
Currently, we don't even know if we have access to our city funds anymore either. I'm pretty sure the whole city hates us after the way that we left.
I suppose I'll talk with
We'll see
Voldemort.
whenever we get back.
I think maybe I could convince Hurricane and everybody else to help me out, but I think you're effed. Because your district is on the top side.
So a quick point of clarification, just because Nate was confused in this, I want to make sure that other people aren't. The church
Yeah.
of Zotrakar is what declared you heretics.
Our city is
The
completely
government, or like the royal family, they did not.
Technically, it was the king that declared us as heretics, but everyone else was like
Heretics of the church.
Yeah.
So you were never declared enemies of
Yeah.
Zotrakar. You were declared enemies of the Church of Moradin, which is the main church in Zotrakar.
We just don't want to go and cause beef, effectively.
You do know that they are fairly intertwined. Like the king and the champion of Moradin were
seems like
very
there's a very good
tight knit,
chance.
from what you could tell.
But,
Dalaran
but
also-
if the church had complete iron rule over it, the freaking old underground thing would never
Yes.
existed.
And Dalaran has some
That's why I
concerns.
said I'd probably be okay.
all of us would be okay.
Yeah, we'd be fine. We just haven't wanted to confront Moradin and his champion.
In fact, I don't even think Drew Moss would even like fight us because he wasn't willing to fight this problem of not seeing names for so long.
Well, sounds like
Adaro.
sounds like we've got
Drumas
plans. You guys
and
want
Adaro,
to
yes.
experiment on each other. Tiku's got to go eat some stuff. He's got to make some money and meet some people. He wants to go get some blood from some person.
Shall we reconvene in an hour?
And I gotta go talk to a purple dragon, apparently.
Or at least us three.
I mean, while we're here, should we just see if Tiku can use her power on you? Just for the heck of it?
Sure.
Just look at it. Do the
I don't even know if she knows how to utilize it, but there's no harm in it.
Bardic inspiration.
use your magic.
Tiku, try telling him to do something.
I would just.
Command me to stand.
But like in the way that a dragon would tell him.
She just straightens her back.
Command me to stand.
Eye contact.
Can stand up.
No giggling.
More aggressive. More aggressive. Do it like you're mad at him. Like he does.
It's like you're telling an infant what
Stop
to do.
playing with that.
Tiku, here's a better inspiration. Think,
Stand up.
how about if he doesn't stand up, your whole tribe dies. Your loved ones in front of you being slaughtered unless he stands.
Please stand up or you're my friend. My family's gonna die.
Is that really?
You gotta take out the please. You gotta.
Is that really the amount of effort that you
I'm
put into
casting-
your
Saying you're my friend and you're gonna stand up to save my tribe.
Tiku, your family is going to die.
Tiku, command me to stand now.
Okay. Bardic inspiration.
And now.
What's Tiku thinking when she's saying this?
Stand now.
Better question. Is Tiku doing this because people are telling her to? Are you just listening to your friends?
She imagined the scenario.
Okay, so for the sake of this then, I'm gonna have you do a persuasion check.
Okay.
Can I do an intimidation check?
I'm not very. Okay.
Not
I
for
guess
the
I'm
sake
not
of
as bad at
this.
persuasion as I thought. But
I just want to see how much Zephyr was able to get her into this mindset.
22.
Stand now.
Make a religion check, Tiku.
Stand now.
I'm gonna cast Mage Hand. I'm gonna start like
Plus D6.
Religion, huh?
No. I'm not gonna do religion.
You've
This
plus
is
D6.
this is animal handling.
Oh, and 14?
Plus D6.
14.
You
Plus
do get a
D6 from what? 4? 18?
Wisdom saving throw. Unless you're subjecting yourself to it.
I still want to resist it, as I assume I can. I just know.
See how powerful
Might
it
actually
feels.
be charisma.
If it's charisma, that's gonna be so sad.
Direct.
No, it's wisdom.
Okay, thank God. I'm within range of him, right? So I had +5 to this?
Yeah, you guys are all in.
My aura's not activated.
Then you're in range, but you don't have it.
Okay.
He's like, I ain't
16.
16. You have a sudden impulse to stand. You're not forced to, but it's like you made the decision to stand. You like go start to stand up, and you're like, and then you realize, and in that moment you can decide.
Did you make a decision?
He'll complete the stand.
Oh, I did it.
It was not very powerful, but it was there.
Oh,
It
see?
does exist.
This is a mute point.
I cast Mage Hand. You gotta stand up straight, and I push her shoulders back so it's like.
It only took effect when she threw emotion
Thought,
behind it.
Feeling, yes. Only when she felt the order. Only when it was her order.
And it was just an impulse. This does not seem like a very good power.
You
I
have
don't know why
to-
everybody wants it.
At the practice,
Command it with
Tiku.
intent.
You have to believe your order will be followed.
and then
Sit down.
There's not even a sense of a feeling behind it. One might say that you're immune to it for 24 hours.
Would I know that? Okay.
That didn't work either.
So the way that I would describe this for you is, again, you have that same almost inclination, but you immediately catch it. This is similar to if someone was trying to use like command or to like dominate person, to where you know the magic was cast. It's very similar to having a spell cast on you. It's very clear that there was an outside influence and that there was some kind of almost magical authority behind it. But the second time around, it's immediately identifiable, and basically you can shut it down.
Now that I actually know the feeling that I'm looking for, granted, it is extremely subtle. If it was not so recent in my memory, I would not be able to find it, but I am able to subvert it very easily.
It seems worse than even when I see you guys cast magic to tell people to do stuff.
I think this is something that you're going to exercise and practice, just like your cooking.
You must become better at it.
Also, what if they can't just shrug it off? You know how like sometimes when he casts something on a big creature, it just like doesn't care. You know, what if yours goes through that?
He said it felt like a suggestion or an impulse. I don't think it's gonna go through that.
Have you ever utilized this ability ever before?
No, I told you I never commanded anything in my life.
Do you understand how muscles work? How they start off weak, but
Yeah,
the more
you
you use them,
I
the
pull
stronger
out-
they become.
I pull out an arm and push a tendon.
It's like, I'm very familiar with muscles.
But you understand that they start off weak and become strong the more you use
I start
them.
flicking your knee where it like triggers the kicking response, like with my mage hand.
I feel like you get kicked in the face.
No, with my mage hand.
You need to utilize this more. As many times as you can to strengthen it as fast
Lay
as
sit
possible.
down. Go sit down.
If she tries to
Razor, sit down.
creature,
I performance.
do we have to roll anything?
Never.
Okay.
I make it.
This is
I make it look like I zone out and then I sit down and I perform.
It only works on dragons.
17.
Woo.
Gurgle
confidence
is-
building.
Whoa, that was weird. There's like I had to do it, Tiku.
Yay, I get magic.
Lies building. I can use it on other things.
This will never backfire.
Except does it feel like I'm using like your magic on you when I use it?
Is it covered in lightning?
No, but I see you sometimes. You have command, right?
No, I actually don't.
You never had command?
Well, actually,
He's had it.
sometimes I have it. I don't have it prepared
You've
now.
had it before.
Yeah,
He's used command.
Yeah.
Like sometimes when you tell people how to do things, and they get this glazed look in their eye, and they go,
It's- No, mine doesn't really do that. They still completely have their own wits about
"Lift your arm
them.
up."
Which are you talking about? This one?
Just smack Scott in the face.
Winning.
I'm just like, why? I just do it. Like,
Tiku is starting to believe that she can use this on anybody.
Tiku,
Can I do?
I did not sense
Arcana?
any magic from your command.
So it's useless.
It's
It
useful
only
on
works on dragons.
But yours always works, mostly.
I believe yours will become more permanent.
Absolute. Once you have the divine.
Razu, hit yourself.
Razu, hit yourself.
That's
I make my
say.
main that one I make. Wait, well, no man. Since he's doing
Okay,
it.
so while
I
you're
rolled a
rolling
natural one. I failed.
One second. One
Can
second.
I do like
One second. One second.
Can I do like an Arcana check or some other kind? Because I passed this save and because I know it is takeable, can I try and figure out how it's takeable?
You try.
Arcana?
If it's takeable by a magical mean, yes.
I feel like my
Can I do
magic
multiple
fire
checks for multiple
manipulation
things?
is better than this.
Pick what you think it is.
I'm gonna go with rune weaving. I feel like that's my best chance to figure out what it is
Yes,
more
I
than
got the
anything.
goddess of wisdom. My influence is expanding.
That is a 18.
You don't even you wouldn't even be able to understand what it is. The closest that you could relate this to is command, but it is distinctly different. Rune weaving's core is still effectively magic in how it works. While the feeling would be similar, it does not seem arcanely based. It would be more accurate to say that she's almost creating an instinct in you. It only lasts for a moment to do an action that she says, but it's almost like she can alter your instincts. Is the kind of how it would feel for you.
Command is like it's like you're a passenger to your body. Is that the
Yes,
difference?
it very much so is like a mind controlled. As soon as it happens, you're like,
Okay, so that's the difference
Well,
between
that was
feeling.
weird.
Okay.
Whereas
Obvious.
this one, it would still very much so feel like you.
So
it
Razu
is
just-
your choice. It's your own
Like
inclination
full
to
on
do it.
clocks himself.
Yes, Razu just full decks himself to the point that it'd be an unarmed strike,
Obviously, Tiku.
which I believe is 1 plus your strength modifier.
Correct.
Yes.
Obviously.
I just punched myself hard enough to kill a normal human.
Razu you're like, Razu, punch yourself, and he's like, what? And Zephyr says it, and blood just out of the side of his beak. He's like,
Oh, just
See?
making sure it still worked.
Tiku.
So yours seems better than mine.
That's a different thing.
Obviously, do not use this on any other dragon besides myself.
For now.
Wait, so how am I supposed to?
Unless they're trying to eat you.
Unless they're trying to eat you. but
Unless they're
even
about to
then-
succeed in eating you. That's probably the better thing.
Correct. The answer is,
Okay.
what I said still is true. If dragons find out you have this power, they will try to kill you.
This is not a very good power.
And unless we're ready to fight all the dragons, we should probably hold off on using it only in the biggest emergencies.
The only dragon I believe would not kill you on the spot would be present-day Olafel.
Or if we're gonna kill the dragon right after the
Bill
duel.
probably wouldn't do it either.
What?
Or if we're gonna kill the dragon right after
I said the only one I can guarantee would not kill her on the spot.
Okay, so if we want Tiku to do the puff up thing, maybe we need code words.
Tiku,
Ka-ka.
the point of this power isn't for us to tell you when to use it. It's for you to learn the power and then understand when you want to use it. That's the only way that Kane's going to be happy with you having the power.
Correct.
Okay,
Code word is do the thing.
do the thing. Okay, okay. I do the puff up thing when he says do the thing.
Tiku, do the thing.
If you require outside influence, it is better to just give it to someone who will not be affected.
Goddess of Wisdom says peacock mode. Tiku will take both.
Anyway, I guess we're not getting very much farther in this conversation. So any other parts of me go and talk to a purple dragon?
I told you to go
Okay.
hours ago.
Don't die.
I guess I'm going to talk to a purple dragon.
I would go to the library.
I'm going to Orleville.
I'm going food hunting.
Don't lose your life, by the way, Razu.
Aren't you coming with me?
Split the party.
Sorry.
I mean,
Everybody's going everywhere.
You don't have to
would,
play mine out if
if
you
you
don't
feel
want
like
to.
you might
I'm
damage
just
a
gonna.
book.
Are we supposed
we
to
can play
talk to
'em
the
out, it's just-
librarian?
Tiku's gonna be stress eating.
In
That's
the
what's
library.
happening right
We gotta go
now.
up to the second floor. Yeah.
Yeah, the library.
Answer is, I don't want to go talk to
Don't
Purple
mess
Dragon,
with.
but he
don't
wants to.
break
so-
any of the books.
So are we going to the library?
I guess I can go to the library if you need me. Does anyone else need my help with anything?
I too would also like to go to the library.
Just the experimentation I spoke of.
Library shouldn't take too long.
Neither should my conversation with Oliver.
Yeah, we can meet up later. All right, let's go, Razu.
So the 3 of you are going to the library.
Wait, Zephyr.
Tiku's going to the festival.
Yes, Tiku.
I think our guide dude likes the shiny things. Can I have a shiny thing?
She's talking about gold.
I'll get that. I'm just trying to think how much he was charging before. How much did he charge before?
I think it was 10 gold a
gave him
day.
a
10
gold.
gold a day.
I thought we gave him a gold piece.
No.
We were talking silvers, and then
It
we
was-
gave him a gold piece, and
it
he's
was-
like, "I'll be."
It was a
all day."
platinum.
Oh.
We gave him a platinum, and he was like,
A platinum piece
Give
was just 10
her
gold.
30 gold to carry.
Only gives him one.
One shiny?
One shiny.
This is the yellow shinies. He liked the silver shinies before.
Oh shit. I just thought of something. We might want to convert our gold into past gold. So we're not giving them future gold.
Gold is
Inflating the
minted.
economy.
I'm not going to worry about that.
gold is minted, and
I will tell you that.
different people mint gold different ways too. So
I was just saying because we're bringing money from the future.
We started inflation.
It's inflation.
You're
money.
inflating the economy.
Our money's
by
worth
30
so
gold.
much more now.
That's only if inflation is a really bad problem. If you stay on the gold standard, wouldn't
yeah,
matter.
if they're all just solid gold, then
Inflation
it
still
doesn't matter.
is a problem, but yeah.
This is not how that works, but okay.
Well, whatever the case is, we're not going to worry about that one.
Still, if they're solid gold, they should be in there.
Okay, so Tiku is going back out to the festival. You 3 are going to the library. You're going to go try and find Vorthalax, and you're going to try and find Orlevale. Okay. For a little bit, to speed things up a little bit, rather than actually having you go through and find each of these, for you, Gurgle, upon going out into the festival, it's not hard to find people that are loyal and connected enough to get word to Vorthalax. And with a little bit of time, I would say it would take you an hour or two. You would be able to get a meeting place, which would be one of the arenas, watching a battle as one of the. Effectively, it would be a carnival game where people can pay to go hunt criminals. So rather than fighting monsters or fighting another conquest team, this is instead a game where you go in and hunt criminals.
And who's
the game.
hunting them?
No, he's watching them. And you're invited to go watch with him.
You think eventually they would run out of criminals, right?
A lot of people think they can cheat.
Also, what makes a criminal?
True.
For getting a meeting with
Many times
Orlevale,
when they run out of criminals, they start creating them.
the only thing that confirms they're criminals is that they say they are. Yeah, for you, it would be effectively you would get a late lunch meeting with Orlevale. Yours would also be a few hours out. While it's easier to get in contact with him, as you would just be able to ask Batal.
He doesn't
He
wanna
is still
wait.
fairly busy, so he would effectively calendar you guys in. For you, Tiku, how much can Tiku hold onto her coin? As the guide was actually given a task, and you would not find him immediately.
I know.
So you would be aimlessly wandering throughout the festival, with many people offering you different fine delicacies, offerings to play games. How well
I
can
would-
Tiku keep her gold waiting?
I would probably spend 20 gold easily on random food that I come across.
I need to
as-
save 10, so the other 20, here you go. She just
Actually,
puts
he only told me
20
to
on the
save
counter.
one, so I literally spend everything but one.
Spend 29 gold throughout the festival while looking for the guide. You would eventually find
Often
him.
overpaying because I don't understand money.
She just looks like a tourist.
That would be one
Yeah.
silver
So that's 1.
2 coppers. Got it. But you would, so while spending a good portion of
Anything
your...
more than 3, I just hand them like a little handful
everyone
and let
feels
them pick them out.
Everyone feels a lot of gratitude towards you. He's like, oh, thank you.
You're
You're like, this stuff makes people like me.
I need more of it. I get why dragons keep this now.
as you would quickly find yourself going through your money. However, you would find the guide roughly about like 3 or 4 hours, to the point you're getting into the later afternoon, like 4 or 5 o'clock is when you would actually be able to find the guide. But not before you spent the vast majority of your money.
Tiku's just on the table saying, make it rain. Coins.
When he finds you, he's like, wait. What?
Oh,
It's all right. I'm sure they'll honor the check. as he would effectively pick you up a few hours into your spending spree, accepting your 1 gold and starting to take you throughout the festival, noting the check that he will be building throughout this, hoping your party will honor it. Okay, so with that, that's where the 3 of you are going. We're going to start the library with the 3 of you. You're going to the 2nd floor.
Yep, 2nd floor.
Okay,
Isn't he coming with you?
that's what I said. 3 of them.
Yeah.
But he can't go to the 2nd floor.
Why can't I?
Well,
Because you'd fucking die.
yeah.
you
I
have
mean,
not
you
signed
need
the
to get
paper.
permission. We'll stop at the guy at the 1st
All right.
floor. Talk
Just
to him.
making sure.
Again, a little bit for the sake of brevity, just because we had a little bit of
Yeah.
a conversation, you would meet with the librarian on the 1st floor as well. You would also sign the waiver that if
you sign the waiver.
This is true. The waiver is that if you damage any books, he has the right to kill you.
Or just the library in general.
Sign it.
Okay, so meeting with the librarian
A
again.
little contract like this, nothing to Clay.
He already found at least 3
Very-
loopholes.
most of his contracts, is his death if he breaks them.
Right.
That's like standard practice for this man.
Or just like, you didn't specify when you could kill me. I'll take this to court.
Okay, as you enter into the 2nd floor. First off, what are you guys actually looking for? Are you actually looking for this spell book that he referenced? Are you looking for something else?
Razu's the one that broke me here, so.
I mean, technically, it was to talk to the librarian about
The
this
librarian
book.
has it, is what he said.
Librarian owns it.
One of them owns it.
There is 2 librarians. There was 1 for each floor.
Well, isn't there 3 floors?
For the library specifically? No, the library has 2 floors.
Yeah,
There's 3 floors to the building from what you guys can tell,
correct.
but the library only ever had 2.
Mr. Second Librarian?
You kind of enter and you're looking about. I don't see anyone immediately. As you look down into the bottom floor library from the top, you can actually see the librarian, who seems to be currently seems to be rummaging through one of the shelves. You kind of call it the librarian again, kind of confused. You bring your eyes up, start to almost browse a few titles before looking down, and the librarian is again gone, seemingly vanished from the bottom floor. As you would see a familiar yet distinct individual across the way on the other balcony. You see someone who seems to be rummaging through books, almost like tighter glasses that almost hang just a little bit low on the nose, so you can see the top half of his eyes, effectively reading glasses. His hair straightened out, coming down below his shoulders, still pink in color, wearing a very nice, almost like tailored suit. He has a nice, what appears to be almost, it's not a button up. It's got the like large floof right here. I don't remember what it's called. He's got a silk shirt. It's got almost like a bundle of ribbons up here at the top, with a vest worn over it and penguin coattails off of the back. He seems to be wearing almost slack-like pants with a. They seem to both have straps. They go under the top, the suit top portion, but they very much it almost gives the appearance of like the bottom of a jumper, if you could have a jumper that was slacks. As he turns over to you, the book in his hand is currently open to a page. He kind of shuts it and goes, "Well, what do you need?"
Is the one on the bottom floor gone?
Even despite the differences, it is clear this is the same individual.
Hello, friend.
Are you the same person?
The same person as what?
The first librarian?
Oh no, of course not. Sorry, I don't really. We're not supposed to yell in the library. As he puts the book back in the shelf next to him, a book just right next to you. You kind of like turn as it pulls out, and he seems to appear pulling the book out. And opens up this book as well, starts to inspect it, shuts his book, and says, "What did you need?"
Well, a prince asked us to obtain a spellbook from the great fire sage from you, and we weren't planning on doing that, but we're curious if digging into it a little bit is dangerous to know for any reason.
Digging into any kind of lore that a prince would have you seek, I imagine will be quite, we'll say, interesting to start, but dangerous, surely. Especially because I only know of one prince, at least relevant.
What's
The
your
purple one?
What's the standing with the prince in the library right now?
Banned, of course.
What do you do?
He gestures, going back towards the almost like the far back end of the library. You didn't quite notice it the first time as you were kind of just doing a quick glance. You can see there's a section that seems charred. Think like the section the Fire Nation burned in Avatar, as there's like a portion that kind of goes down almost in a hallway, and it's clear that the books have been burned. There's pages that have still not been cleaned. There are almost like burnt edges to papers scattered about the floor that not only did you not notice it the first time, but it seems that as he points it out, it almost comes into view. It becomes more apparent.
I'm assuming this is why your altered persona has the quips about him right now, and probably why the contract became more enforceable.
Yes.
Wasn't a lot of names on there.
You could say that, yes. He is quite scared from previous encounters. And to be fair, we've spent many a century, by your time regards, gathering the knowledge that we have here, and visiting the water library, or that is to say, the libraries of the other plane. I believe currently it is enacted beneath the sea in your world.
So I do have a question real quick. So why did he do that?
I'm still trying to piece together certain portions. However, there was a book on... I apologize. As it's burned, it fades from memory, as the way that the library works. I do know that it was to create something. Almost... It was a blueprint of some kind.
Actually, no, first. Do you mind if I go check out the burnt area?
The rules still apply, but yes, by all means.
And how long ago was this?
Time is a funny thing. I couldn't tell you for sure. How many days ago did you first arrive here?
Well, we came...
3.
I mean, I was in the
You guys
library
are
last
on the
time.
fifth. You guys are on
Yeah.
your 5th day right now.
Yeah.
Not since we got to Olivas Manor.
No. The 5th day that since you guys arrived.
Yeah.
I mean,
So it would have been like 3 days ago.
we've been in the area for 5 days. I think we visited your library first 3 days ago.
To me, you were just here. You exited, and as he points down to the bottom
Oh, so
floor.
it's still fresh. Okay. Then I'm gonna go check it out. Razu, don't break anything and lose your life.
As he says that, the librarian turns to you and smiles, and he says, "I want to do. The deal's a deal." As he shuts the book and puts it back, he seems to disappear.
Whoa. Well, are you willing to tell us about this Great Fire Mage spellbook?
He would appear again on the other balcony and was like, "Oh, sorry. I thought only he had things to say."
I started this conversation.
One moment. Rather than the way that he had teleported, however he had done that by placing the book back, he takes the long, arduous walk all the way around the perimeter balcony to
He
come
doesn't like
all the way
space.
around to the edge
Spell slots.
to come talk to you. Like the size of this library, this is like a 5-minute wait for him to go
like
all the way
periodically
around this
stops to
balcony.
pick up nothing. It's like, oh, gosh, I gotta clean that.
He would do that, but it would be more so to like dust off books. He'd
Yeah.
like stop,
Just
like dust
finds
off a book.
excuses to stop.
Another thing you notice about him, he seems to pull a handkerchief out from that almost like that tuft on his shirt. Pulls it out, seems to dust things off. Periodically, he'll dust the railing.
I don't know if this is the actual term, but it's like a floof is another term for like a on the sleeve.
Floof, we'll go with it. But again, it takes a good 5 minutes for him to walk all the way around to you. But he finally makes his way back over to you. He says, "How can I help?"
Would you be willing to part with information on the Great Fire Sage book? Or is that like banned information?
Information is currency. If I was to give you a piece of me, what would you give me in return? What piece of you could you offer?
I will answer that question. But that means it's information that will be traded. We couldn't just read it.
Yes. Again, information in my library is a part of me. If I am to part with any of it, I must replace it. We are all not but notes in books. You may think you exist. You're just data.
Well,
Would you be willing to trade advanced wine-making techniques in exchange for knowledge about the Great Fire Mage?
I would, but know the cost. Again, we are information. It's a part of you. It's a part of me.
Am
What
I
you
going
give
to
me,
lose my memories?
you'll give them to me, and I will give you some of mine in return.
What type of library is this?
I've already walked away.
Zephyr's gone.
I'm over there looking at the burnt area of the book, or of the library.
Rosie, what type of library is this? Like, if we were to pull a book off the shelf and we would read it, we would lose something of ours to attain that knowledge?
Not necessarily. Some are available. Think of common knowledge. Common knowledge would be accessible to all. You could read it. However, distinct knowledge, that known to only a few.
However, common knowledge is very subjective on the group.
True.
What I deem as common knowledge, such as advanced techniques in winemaking, would not be considered common knowledge to others.
Potentially.
But if someone of a peer of mine comes in, then that's common knowledge. The value has depreciated. How do you determine what is common knowledge and what is not?
Do I know it? I pride myself on my knowledge of all things. If you can give me something that I do not know, I'd be happy to give you something that I do know in return. As I do believe what you know that I do not know is, well, a small portion.
I'm sad I walked away right now, because I have an input.
But wouldn't that inevitably mean that you would then not know what you gave him?
And then you can trade it back. Just like returning
Easy.
a library book. You read it,
You say it to Razu, and then you trade it back.
then you lose it. You lose
But then
it,
he
not
keeps it.
me. His memories were like a library book. You can send them back to him and exchange back your own or a different
You
one.
take them on loan.
Yeah.
I'm curious. Now I've had that thought.
I've worked a lot on this library. I know exactly how it works.
Oh, we can take it to a whole nother
Okay.
level, though.
So, if we traded information and then you lost it,
You as a person.
I told
You as a
someone
whole
else,
person.
and then I gave it back to you for the same information, would they still know?
Could you trade out all your
The third party?
a different grading?
In all likelihood.
Let's say you brainwash someone here.
Are you okay with that?
If you truly know something that I don't, yes.
This library's evil.
I do feel inclined to tell you that I will retain a piece.
That we will never get back.
Your
what?
life is finite.
I'm.
You exist in the now. If I lend you a piece of me, and you give me a piece of you, you only keep mine until you're gone. And then it returns to me.
But what if within my life, we trade the exact same pieces back?
No one ever thinks to.
That's a strange thought.
I got something. I'd trade.
I'm all ears.
Have you heard? I don't know if you really want this knowledge though, because it comes with great risk.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh God.
He very much so does seem intrigued. All knowledge is valuable.
She's gonna kill the librarian.
All right, this is the knowledge I impart on for you in exchange for knowledge on the Great Fire Mage. I tell him what I know, what these people have told me about the Chrono Hunter.
I leave the area.
I leave the area. He starts la 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 la.
Not this big.
Zephyr's over here just looking at ashes.
You hear out of the corner of your.
how do you tell him? Do you like? You gotta be specific. With
You
how
hear
tell
at the edge of your hearing.
Are you
"And
telling-
we're from the future?
Are you reaccounting? Like, are you reaccounting everything? Or are you simply telling him about the Chrono Hunter while trying to veil,
Yeah.
like... So you're trying to tell him about the creature, but you're not trying to tell him that the reason you know about him is because you're from the future, effectively.
Correct.
Okay, so for the sake of this, I want a straight intelligence check to see how good you can
I was hoping it was going to be
maneuver.
persuasion.
No, because it's what information you're giving him. How well can you articulate basically the intriguing facts
gonna-
about the Chrono Hunter without revealing the implications, we'll say.
I'm gonna guidance myself.
There's this
It's a good idea.
that I know.
I still
This
feel like it would be a charisma
would be
thing. Because deception's kind of the same thing.
Well, he's trying to intelligently like separate the
That's not
information.
what deception is, though. Right? Because you're,
I can say
because
it's
you're
either way.
intelligently
I think it's also like.
lying about a thing.
Okay.
Don't tell me what you rolled yet.
Okay.
I think it's also like performance.
Yeah, like it's kind of a gray area.
It's like you could.
I wanna check something.
You could do a combo check. Just do both.
You could not decept anything. You could be like.
Oh no, I'm not saying you just. It's not saying you don't. We're not using deception. I just feel like it has a very close relativity to deception.
Yeah. Deception is all about like tiptoeing around something. So
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
agree with that.
It is typically.
Right?
It is typically. Why are you sitting over there?
Because I needed to stand up for a second.
You can just stand up right there.
That would require.
Whatever. Sorry, that derailed me. It's typically a DM's decision. What they recommend is either a deception-based charisma check, because there's other things. It's either a deception-based charisma check or an intelligence history check. On how I think the idea is how
Oh,
well.
history? Okay.
So I'll let you do either of them. You can either you can use intellect being a history check, or you can do a deception.
I'm gonna go with history.
Okay. Now give me the total.
19.
You're not actually rolling against him. You're rolling against the Chrono Hunter. So
Oh shit, that's below 30.
a lot below a 30, actually.
it's a different kind of test.
Yeah.
Does the Chrono Hunter care?
I know something you
That's being
don't.
talked about.
A creature's currently hunting us that goes through time. You do realize this library exists outside of time. Chrono Hunter, you say what now?
You said you got
19.
You got a 19.
I'm not here. I'm reading a book somewhere.
I'm looking at ashes and soon to be Clay's ashes.
I would like you to know that this creature has a plus 17, and it didn't beat you.
It rolled a nat one.
Natural
What
one.
the fuck?
And I had to still pull it up because I was like, wait, is its plus still high enough to you actually find
lucky son of a gun.
Woo!
Literally-
Deception is a +0, and so is just a regular intelligence check. I only have bonuses in history.
Literally, it had to natural 1 to not find that. And it's what it got.
Well, shit. Clay's
All right.
got luck on his side.
Put a pin in that. As you make your way over to the burned part of the library.
I don't know anything about the Chrono Hunter anymore.
Yeah, ultimately, just to speed things along, I am trying to investigate what information was burnt specifically. Then I know most of it's going to be destroyed, but I'm trying to get hints
He's
of
getting tidbits to try
why,
and
like
puzzle piece.
almost a why they were destroyed.
Investigation check.
Yeah. And I'll spend most of the time. I guess how I'll
This is
spend
what
most
you're
of the
spending your
here.
time
Yeah.
doing. Yeah.
So I'm not rolling guidance just because.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice 30.
Ooh.
Nat 20.
I feel like I'm gonna have to break the normal D&D scaling of like it goes up to 30.
Hey, I rolled a nat 20. Okay,
Fair.
I just feel like 30's broken all the time with 2024 rules.
No, even 2014 we still would, just because we
Doesn't
haven't
matter. Doesn't
boss
matter.
high enough.
He got it. It's fine.
It's something I'm good at too.
So this is not a short process. This is where most of your day off is going.
Oh, for sure. I mean, ideally, after we're done there, I'm gonna come back. We'll do some quick tests towards the end of in the evening, whatever, and then
Surely,
get in
Clay.
day. That's Zephyr's plan for the day.
We also still have tomorrow
and killed
off.
us.
There's a pin in that for now. I'm gonna come back to that one. I can tell you, I'll probably come back to that next week. Throughout the time that you spend researching this, what you discover is, first off, the majority of the information that is burnt here seems inconsequential, almost like aftermath. As you go through and you research through it, like to the point, some of this seems to be history that's available outside of this, whether or not they've replenished the books or there was just multiple sources for it. Some of the portions you find seem to talk about the Dragon King, or more specifically the Dragon God. So the individual that was before the Dragon King. And so you've gotten a bit of information around that already. However, it is very clear that there's a lot of information surrounding him that has been destroyed here. And this is likely why it was so hard to find information on the previous Dragon King's dynasty, is it was all burned in this section of the library. In addition to that, the one that you would find, given your check and your experience around it, bits and pieces of spellcrafting. Almost parts of a Runed Weave spell put through different catalogs that seem to be almost utilized together, that through the brilliance of Zephyr, he's able to, like a cipher, put back together and start to build the blueprint for some kind of a prison.
Oh, great.
Oh.
A spell to craft said prison. There's nothing... You aren't able to get the actual details of the spell, nor the details of the prison, but putting one couple things together.
This sounds awfully familiar to something.
The Cube of the Infinite's effectively blueprints were at one point in this library, in this particular section, when it was burned out. The one other thing that you're able to, I would say you were able to gather, because you rolled so high, is the spell component to making the Cube of the Infinite has a massive cost. The only reason you recognize this is because you recognize the spell. A huge gathering needed. Many, many, many lives or souls, or effectively the essence of individuals needed to craft. This is effectively a ritual to sacrifice life to imbue it into an object.
It's a philosopher's stone.
It is effectively, yes, a philosopher's stone of sorts.
I think we already made that comparison.
The reason that you recognize this spell is the green light that you find small passages referencing. The requirement of belief. You cannot simply gather, like you could not conquer a city and then utilize this. This has to be people who are effectively willing sacrifices. I would say that's all you get.
Okay.
But that is what Zephyr does over that portion. And then what are you doing, Razu? You walk away from Clay as Clay is now reaccounting the Chrono Hunter, which, just so you know, quite literally, as you would not notice this in the moment, but as you're telling this librarian what you know about the Chrono Hunter and how it might interact with time or time travelers, anything like that, you are forgetting. It actually makes it quite difficult to tell as you start to lose pieces. And despite the fact that you're not quite telling him everything, even the things that you're thinking about as you're going through and you're telling this story, you start to lose as well. And within a few minutes, or I'd say within a few hours actually, as this would not be a short thing as you're explaining it, Clay forgets he's from the future.
Oh, good.
Clay is part of the Dragon Wars. You've been here. To the point that it would be a little bit of a distortion. If someone else pointed it out, he might be able to realize it. But to you, your winery is just in the north. You're near Lone Peak.
We're going to be like, oh, he's playing it really good right now. Like,
He got scared straight.
yeah, that's great. And then we're going to get to our time, and it's going to be like, shit, guys, we went to the future. What? That's what's going to happen.
Finishing the conversation with him, again, you would lose all semblance of that knowledge, and you would be given a spell book. Has an ember on the front. You don't remember why you wanted this spell book.
Why would I not remember why? Because it had nothing to do with the Chrono Hunter.
No, it had to do with you. Oh wait, no, apologies. You would remember that this was a request from the Dragon Prince, and that he wanted it. So apologies, you are correct. That was a slight misgiving in my mind. So that would be who was doing. What were you doing?
Well, I would have been researching alchemical things of the things that I had previously talked about, just further researching that.
Okay.
Would I know when he got the book? Because I'm assuming I have.
This would be
spatial
you'd be
awareness.
multiple hours in, but yes. So for the sake of this, you guys are going to be meeting up for a few hours. So by the time he gets the book, I'm going to be having you guys meet back up. So this is just what are you doing in the hours leading up to that?
I mean, I would have just been furthering the research I was already doing on the...
Okay, go ahead and I'm going to have you make a new check because you're in a different library. I'm also going to have you make a sleight of hand check. This is how careful you're being with the books.
That's fucked up.
Get to now one for Razu.
Razu's just going to like,
I damage it. Zephyr! He starts running. Zephyr's
tear.
This is not something that Razu has ever been conscious of, and you are now going to make a conscious effort of it.
Sleight of hand, I guess.
Yes,
yeah?
I believe that's what I said.
Yeah, he said that.
Oh, chicken's back.
Why he's doing that?
Oh, camera's dead?
Why he's doing that, King? What do you want your quote to be?
Does predigitation
Your
help?
represent King.
Oh.
Fire claw. Clean or soil?
Fire claw.
You were just too worried about my librarian dying, so fudged my roll to a 1.
Can't clean
Huh?
fingerprints.
Can I answer you later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I guess with
I didn't realize it
sleight of
was
hand.
based.
It's not awful. 13. It's not awful for me.
So that's your investigation.
I said that was my sleight of hand. I said that before I rolled.
He was more worried about his sleight of hand.
That's fair.
Um,
Good news. Not terribly difficult. Check was 10. You just needed to see how much Razu was actually paying attention as he was
grabbing
reading
the
through
first
these
book. He's like,
books.
and then I would
heavy
have,
breathing. And bead of sweat coming down his beak. Oh, it's a book.
And he catches it.
And I can't use enhance ability or Kankurico.
No, because the reason why is it's not an individual check. This is something you're doing over hours.
Yeah, but
It's why I
it's
can't use
about
guidance.
2 hours, and I have 2 hours.
A single check is a action.
I know. I'm saying enhance ability lasts
Is
for an hour.
ability
Yeah.
concentration or not?
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah, you can't do
Then
it.
you still
So
wouldn't be
we've
able to.
already said that you cannot concentrate while studying.
That's why
on
I
a
can't.
spell.
That's why I couldn't use guidance, because otherwise I could just constantly cast guidance.
Whether or not that's a D&D rule or not, I actually don't know, but that is the way that I have played it.
I don't think it is, but
Dirty
I do
21.
like it.
A dirty 20, you said?
One.
A dirty 1?
Dirty 21.
21.
Okay, that's
Why
a
would you
big
say dirty
difference.
21?
Because I was saying dirty 21. No.
By the way, I just had a cool character concept. Oh, okay, I'm just gonna say that since I apparently interrupted Hiram. Cool character concept is that you have a character that can cast guidance through concentration checks, or through
Through
skill
study
checks, because all they're doing is praying the whole time for the answer. Cool character concept, not pertinent.
Random thing that is your guys' fault. Notice he says dirty 21. There's no such thing
Right? Yeah,
This
as
is
a
Kayla's
natural
fault.
21.
This is Kayla's
This
fault.
came from the dirty 30 in our last campaign. And it's like,
For sure.
yes, of course it's not a natural 30. You can't roll a natural 30 and you can't roll a natural 21.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
I
just
rolled a
21.
natural 30.
Sometimes you're saying it's like I got a 30. It was a natural 20. Or there's I got a 30.
Yeah, but then you say
it's not.
natural 20 for a total of. That's how you
Which
normally
is
say
what-
it.
which is what I
But in the
said.
last campaign,
Dirty
you guys
30.
started this with dirty 30 is where it came from. And now we just dirty 17. And it's like, just say 17.
They're all dirty.
It is what it is. This started last campaign. We're carrying
It was
on.
30 and above.
carry on this
It's
tradition.
You are continuing to research the different races and how you might combine or utilize different blood, both for your weapon as well as for crafting, genetic crafting. As Razu continues on in Squawk steps, maybe not with the exact same plans, but the same, we'll say, initiative, the same drive of learning how to truly create life effectively. Superior life, I'll even say. So with that is where we're going to be pausing for the three of you. Tiku had gone into the festival. I'm just going to go this way. So, Gurgle, you meet him again. You are watching a fight. There is 4 separate criminals that have been let in. They're all given very small knives. One of which is given 2 additional daggers, as the individual seems a little bit more nimble. The individuals that have gone inside to hunt them are much, much better equipped. Like full sets of armor, crossbows, magically imbued, going against these very clearly sport. These individuals who have been set up to be hunted for sport. With that, as you come up next to him, he is actually still in his human form. He says, "Well, I didn't expect one of you to find me again so soon. Did you decide to accept my offer?"
Not everybody has. I'm still mulling it over.
Still mulling it over. Why'd you seek me out?
Because I need more information. I'm one of the few people that could get it for you regardless of what everybody else wants.
I'm a fan of that. What information were you looking for?
What does it do? I have some powerful tomes. Things that can alter the fates of entities a lot more powerful than me. Gods, dragons even. Kinda curious why somebody who's so supremely confident even needs something like this.
It's not that I need it, it's that I want it. And those that would get me what I want are someone... Think of it as a test. This is less a, oh, I need this to win. I'm looking for someone who can get something that I can't. Nothing like that. I'm looking for powerful allies that want to live in the world that is to come. The utopia that will be built. Think of this like a test.
But
I
it isn't something you can get, because if it was something you wanted and you could get it, you would already have it. Yes?
No, for I am patient. When I win this, I will be able to get it.
But you can't get it right now.
Correct. And this is where you get to show me your good faith. This is where you get to build yourself as an ally, someone worthy to stand in my new world. You seem to think my desire or my need for this is much greater than it actually is.
No, actually, I don't. My party does, actually.
Your party is fools. I will win this challenge, this rite of succession as it should be called, for I will succeed him. This is simply again a test. I wish to know where you will stand at the end of this battle. Will you stand at the victors, as I believed you were smart enough to do? or will you burn, dying with the cattle? As he gestures into the arena, as one of the criminals takes an arrow through the side of the neck, falls to the ground.
Not a very fair sport, is it?
But it's a sport. Look around as he gestures around you. And you see individuals cheering, yelling out,
Obscenities.
No, not obscenities. Yelling out very brutal ways for them to try and get the kills. Different ways that they can actually effectively cause these individuals fear. Hunt them, don't kill them, toy with them. Very obscene ways to deal with these criminals. This is very much so a game to these individuals. And then the people inside are laughing almost hysterically as they hunt these criminals. It is very much so. This is like someone going shooting rabbits is the kind of feeling you would get.
Laughing to the point of maniacy? I don't know if that's a real word, but like lunacy?
Not lunacy, just like they're having this is very fun. This is like teenagers hunting rabbits. They don't think of anything of the consequences. They don't think of anything of their actions. This is a game. Plus, this is right. This is how you all function.
This is how who functions?
All of you. You humans, orcs, elves, your beasts. It is funny how far above the animals, the wolves, you all think you are. In the grand scheme of everything, when you stand before dragons, the host, even the gods, you are not but cattle. Your lives, a drop in the pan, meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Unless we are ordained to give you meaning, which is what I propose for you. And it does not need to be for all. Bring me the book yourself. You could stand at my side. In fact, if it's just you, I'd perhaps let you stand in my court alone. To clarify, I do mean my court as well. Maybe perhaps even have you stand amongst dragons. A station to be revered. Nothing special now, but in the world to come, legendary.
Why would it not be special now? Dragons seem to still be pretty prevalent and powerful.
You've seen the half-elf Kerr. Stands the dragons, commands dragons, using a borrowed power, not her own. Cursed blood given to me. I will eradicate it, given time.
Interesting. The thing about me doing favors, though, I don't usually do them unless I know why I'm doing them. See, the one thing that you either underestimate about me or don't care about me, either way, doesn't matter. I can get what I want regardless of whether you give it to me or not.
Sounds like you would do well in the new world. But, question to you. If you can get what you want, no matter the outcome, do you truly wish for the outcome where it's harder? Let's say you're correct. I do enjoy your hubris. So, again, let's humor you. You are correct. You can get whatever you want. Maybe you can even kill me. But in that world, what is your end? Do you wish to live in a world where everyone hates you? No friends, no allies?
No, that's why I want to know. You may not need this book, but you do want it.
Of course. That much is evident.
Why?
Because it will impact the way things will play out. Despite how it may seem, there are dragons in the royal family that I respect and adore even. I understand that in my world, in this world that is to come, some people don't understand. They don't understand what needs to be. And unfortunately, feelings be damned, will need to be culled. However, given the proper equipment, the proper preparation, maybe I could at least save one from this damnation Father has set upon us all.
Didn't you just make peace with the gods?
No, the Dragon Wars are still in progress. We literally are executing a god at the end of this festival.
I understand that, but the whole idea is for you to show that gods can bleed and your dad doesn't ever want to fight with them.
Yes, he intends to make peace with those that have killed hundreds of us. Thousands if you include your folk. Why do we make peace with these individuals? Why do they deserve their peace and quiet?
I mean, according to Dragon Rule, they're strong.
But they're not. Father is simply a coward. There's a reason that you don't see gods in these lands, but dragons roam the skies. Cities don't bow to gods. You worship them indoors. You hide from the eyes of the dragons that rule the sky. Offerings are made to us. We enact. We are the rulers. We enact our will. We choose which cities live and die. Gods may claim that influence, but dragons enact it. We hold that power. Gods are cowards, hiding in another realm. They deserve nothing. And I will make sure they get nothing.
I don't totally disagree with that, actually. So, let's say I get you this spell. How does it help you? Does it speed up the process? Does it give
It will
you
allow me
some
to
kind
save my sister. That is it. That is the sole purpose of it. And as I said, it is not necessary. As much as I adore her, and I do hope the best for her, she has cast her lot in with a fool's dream. An improbable one.
And you've tried to talk her out of it, but she
Many
won't.
times. She thinks that me and Father can get along, that Mother has a place amongst dragons. She doesn't understand the society she tries to rule. Discontent amongst dragons is at a height that has never been known in history. Even if the dragons win this war, the world will suffer. Unless there's a proper rule, the Dragon Wars must end in a way that is best for the world. And I simply know that that is with dragons ruling it. On top, you might say. Sure.
I mean, a lot of people down there wouldn't agree with you.
And many of them would, as he gestures to the crowd cheering. And then he points to the individuals who had obviously paid to hunt the criminals, as they've now killed all but one of the criminals in there. Sure, some may need to be sacrificed. But in the sense of the greater world, the greater good even, not everyone can live. In fact, I would push it as far as to say not everyone deserves to live.
So I think maybe people don't understand you as well as their initial impressions come across, because the impression that I got from our group was that you wanted this spell because if you didn't get it, you were going to kill your sister.
Fear is a powerful tool. I determined that it was better to use against your group. You seem slightly different. If you think that I'm going to kill someone you love, or you think I'm going to save them, how you will throw your lot in with me would largely depend on your respect, your trust for me. You've been fed lies. You've bought into the propaganda of Father, of these dragons of the old god. If I told you I would save her, there's a catch. Something's in play. I have another motive. Yes, Father, and Mother even, must die for the new world. That doesn't mean she needs to. A child should not be punished for the sins of their parents.
But she will die if you do not get the spell.
Yes, because she will side with Father.
So it's a mind control spell.
No, it is an eye-opening spell. I will show her what it is that she is so dramatically clinging to. The false hope that she keeps close to her heart.
Well, I can tell you the gods are never going to deal with you guys ruling the world, so I do agree with you that not only do they maybe not deserve their station, but that they also don't deserve as much respect as a lot of people give them.
Wonderful. Assist me. Help me create a new world. Perhaps even with you at my side, albeit below. Rules are important.
And sorry, I gotta interrupt real quick. Before what's decided here, Zephyr already assumes Gurgle's gonna steal the book. Just so you know.
That's fair.
Okay. Just so I don't metagame this.
I also thought that.
This would already be something Zephyr's like, regardless how this conversation goes, there's a strong likelihood Gurgle's gonna try to steal the book.
Okay.
This isn't the first time he's stolen from the party.
Hold that thought. Shit, I need to get back in the mindset. What was the last thing I said?
I just had to make that clear before a metagame thing happens.
Even if you're on the court alone, mind you.
Oh, yes. Okay, sorry. He said, even if you're on my court, serving beneath me, roles are important. Your hand or your influence at my side surely would better the world. Because I won't lie, I see no problem with this. Perhaps if you do, you could speak for the little folk. These individuals that are, in all sense, beneath me, and I believe even beneath you. Dragons are not necessarily above all of you because we are dragons. We are above all of you because of who we are. And some of you may rise to that occasion. Dragons are just more...
You haven't been watching our games very much, have you?
I can't say I was terribly interested until recently. I'm most interested now. My eyes will be glued, you might say.
Well, you've seen what one of us can do, but I'll tell you, even if you were watching, we're not all as helpless as these guys down there.
I know you're not. I never would have talked to you if I thought you were.
But I think I was right on my original interpretation of what I thought of you. I think everybody maybe overreacted to your offer. Maybe they did buy into the propaganda of the...
Don't worry. Everyone does. It happens when the current king has his hand in every pocket.
I do like the idea of saving the silver dragon. She's one of the nicer ones.
I agree. She is a...
Won't she hate you, though?
Yes.
And you're okay with that?
If she lives, then yes. She is a shining light. And I don't simply mean that by the color of her scales. She is the best of dragonkind. I only wish that I could make her see the future that's possible. But even if she can't see what I see, it doesn't mean she has to die. In fact, I would see to it that she wouldn't.
Interesting. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna go against my party entirely. I might see if we can talk reason into them first, but...
Well,
even if they don't agree, like I said.
I cast Mage Hand, and then I just steal some random necklace off of somebody sitting in front of us without them noticing.
I have ways of getting things that I want, like I said. But I know there's rules, and I put it back in.
broad smile across his face. He says, well, perhaps you can convince them. But if you can't, show me your lot. If the time comes, again, mother and father may need to fall. That does not mean all dragonkind does. Some may need to die. but that does not mean all.
By the way, I just want to make this clear too. During this conversation, I am going to be inciting him for.
Go ahead and make a general
so
insight roll.
I'm going to be constantly inciting to see if he has double meanings behind anything that he said. I probably should have done that first, but. I believe it's a 17, but I will double check.
He is cryptic. There are many points where you're like, you could see maybe something else. You don't know if it's you reading in to this propaganda that you've heard, this son being this evil dragon that is looking to usurp the current good king, or if he actually does have underlining goals or ambitions. There's definitely room for it, but you can't pick them up.
Mostly it's like when he says stuff like he's going to use the book to save her or things like that. That's really what I'm.
You get the way that I interpret this is at worst, he's giving you partial truth. You don't get the impression that he's lying with anything he says. There's just certain points where you're like, there could be something else there that he's omitting. But you don't get the sense that he's lying with anything that he says. This seems like a very devoted, like almost the impression that you would get from this individual is, funnily enough, like a lawful individual. Like he very much so believes in a certain code or law, and he adheres to it strictly. Not too unlike Serval, but in a very different sense of what they considered law.
Interesting. Your true name wouldn't happen to be Bahamut, would it?
Keep it close. At this point, he is going to leave.
Walk away.
You meet with Orlavel for lunch. Pivot.
Oh my gosh, guys. Conspiracy theory here. What if he is Bahamut and she becomes Tiamat?
No.
And then is that they were siblings the whole time?
You said that I wouldn't meet him for several hours, correct? How many hours specifically?
And this spell
4.
he uses on her is what turns her
Alright,
into
then
like
I will
her
do,
crazy Tiamat thing.
I'm actually going to say 3.
Okay.
I'm going to take that down by 1. Just based on what time of day it
I
was.
still think I would do this, just because I have 3 hours. I want to head to the Wisdom Bath, and I want to enter it. And similar to the what I did with the ring, I'm basically just trying to utilize this power more, trying to figure out more about it. Just basically just exist in the bath and just try and just absorb it even more fully than I do normally.
We're trying to take the magical properties of the Wisdom Bath.
I'm just trying to figure out the limits of this power.
What they're about to be like, you
The limits of this
fucking
capability.
bitch. Broke my water. Yeah.
So you are effectively trying to utilize the magic of the pool with the same effect that you had done with the ring, right?
Yes. I is not trying to like utilize the entire pool, maybe just a small section if it does destroy it. But
Make an Arcana check.
Arcana?
Or, sorry, no.
I think it wasn't Arcana last time.
No, it wasn't.
Because I rolled like it was Arcana last time. It was Arcana last time, because I remember I rolled a 2 and got an 18.
Yeah,
but then
it is Arcana. You're making me second guess myself, because it was also because you got really, really high, and
Yes.
you can't do that without Arcana.
Yeah.
Making me second guess myself.
I second guessed myself, but then I reaffirmed yourself.
I was pretty confident. You were like, no, and I was like, is it not?
I had to double check, but you are correct, because I remember it being a rune weaving check, but yeah. Okay. 32.
Jesus.
I have a really high plus for what it's worth.
That's what I'm talking about with the 30s, bro. It's just like 30, 30, 30, 30. It's like, of course it's a 30. Why wouldn't it be a 30?
This would be a 30 even in 2014 rules. To be fair.
I got you with the 30 athletics.
It is.
Easy. That's a 30.
Shut up.
Athletics is your best thing.
36.
It's your best thing, my man.
Hold. You said 32.
Yes. No, that's not like guidance or anything. That's just flat plus.
Oh no. I need another D100. Oh my god, I got these all over today. We don't use D100s that often.
75.
75?
That's what I rolled.
That's not good.
Probably. I'm just trying to figure stuff out. I didn't know that it was a bad idea.
You realize this is part of the library.
Shit! I haven't signed the contract yet. I'm trying to figure out the limits of what I can do with this. So
No,
if I get burned, that sucks.
He's accepted his fate.
I mean, I just have no idea. It's experimentation is required.
Alright. Give me 1 second.
Don't tell me I absorbed 75% of the pool. That would suck.
Where's your character sheet?
What are you looking for specifically? I can just tell you.
I'm just putting stuff in there.
Okay. So
I did
you-
transform into a dragon before I do this because the con save is better in dragon form. Sorry, I forgot to mention that, but yes.
as you effectively be trying to absorb the pole in the same way, you get a almost overbearing sense of technically wisdom. It's almost like an overbearing sense of knowledge, almost understanding of how certain things work. And it starts to be too much. You're starting to overshadow. Portions of your mind are starting to be almost be forgot. The wisdom that you're absorbing, you're taking in, is again, it's overpowering. It becomes your main spellcasting stat.
It already was?
Is wisdom? I thought you were charisma. No. Thank God. I thought you tricked yourself. So this is why I pulled up your character sheet. But freaking okay. So you would permanently gain the advantage on wisdom saving throws. Wisdom would have become your main spellcasting component if it was not already.
It already is, so we're good.
Did you already have advantage on wisdom saving throws?
No. I technically had it from the pool, but...
And you destroyed the pool. Damn. It is clear that the magic essence within the pool has been taken.
This is why you don't drink the pool water.
Damn!
As you've turned this pool into a
And it's just
normal
wisdom save?
hot spring. Yes. However, comma, so you have permanent advantage on wisdom saving throws, but
You should have saved that pool for last.
there
I wasn't-
is-
I didn't even think this was gonna work. I'm gonna be honest.
Could you imagine just like, I will consume all the pools.
Okay, so
Even better, I consume the Mitch.
no, this is not as good as you guys think it is.
I don't think that it's
You have
good.
so you have permanent advantage on all wisdom saving throws and permanent disadvantage on all wisdom checks.
That's much worse.
So the one thing that this would be, even though wisdom is your spell casting, this would not apply to spells
Yeah, you
or
just- you
attacks.
said checks.
This would just be like insight checks, medicine checks,
medicine,
perception, which would lower your passive perception by 5.
Correct.
Yes, so all wisdom checks are now at disadvantage. Wisdom saving throws are at advantage, as it seems effectively the amount of wisdom, and your wisdom score would increase by 2. Effectively, what this is the amount of wisdom that you're able to absorb and the wisdom that you're able to gather is too overwhelming. And when you try and focus on it, it almost becomes muddled. But that is almost just passive, where you're not thinking about it, is now much better.
I'm curious if this can be negated. We'll have to figure it out. Well, shit.
Experimentation to be had. That is the effect of absorbing this pool.
I also rolled a 4. So we do the same thing where you rolled a 4 and reduced it to 3. Since I rolled a 4, we reduced it to 3. Big brain, big brain. I was hoping that I'd roll at least a 3 or less. It makes sense that I'd roll a 4 now I think about it. With what happened.
Okay.
He sucked it all in.
As of right now, that's all the effects that you notice.
I can't give myself advantage or disadvantage. Rip. I'll just have to remember.
For now, I would just make note
Yeah.
that it's advantage and disadvantage, but you do need to permanently increase your wisdom score by 2
I did, yeah.
as well. I would argue that the downside for this one is worse.
I agree! But it is... Again, I was willing to be burned to figure it out.
Okay. All right.
So if the dinner was stated for 3 hours, I am unconscious for 4.
Yes.
My bad. Yeah, unless Orlaville comes to where I am.
We actually are going to say that Orleval comes to where you are as you miss the dinner and you are awoken floating in the wisdom bath as Orleval again in his human form. It seems that most of the dragons as they proceed through the festival, whether or not it's to not intimidate individuals or to move more conspicuous?
Just conspicuously.
Yeah, conspicuously. I still said it wrong.
It's
It is what it
artsy.
is. Doesn't matter. Whatever the case is, they seem to move in human form. With that, as he actually wakes you up, we'll say about 3.5 hours into this, you wake up in the pool, just kind of. As he kind of runs his fingers through the water, and he goes, "Well, now what did you do?"
Something unintentional.
Not exactly the smartest, as far as I can tell, either. You broke my pool. Or our pool. But how did you break the pool?
To put it in Tiku's terms, I ate it. I think.
Pretty sure you have to drink water, but
No, the magic.
I'm gonna put a pin in that. I was told that you had to meet with me and you missed the meeting. First off, bad impression, bad manners, points docked. Now, what did you need?
I'll get out of the water, transforming back into human form.
As you get out, he would use prestidigitation to dry you.
It's been like an hour.
40 minutes. 43 to be exact.
Woohoo! The naked bath conversation.
Tasteless fan service.
We spoke with Vorthalax earlier today, and he requested we retrieve an item from your manor. From the library specifically.
A spell book, I
Yes.
assume.
Written by the dragon of the Fire Sage.
Lorthun is actually his name.
The ancient one.
Yes.
I didn't realize he would. Right.
Many people don't think that he would. It's also why the book's so hard to come by. With that said,
We just wanted to know, as we do not plan on giving it to him,
good.
if it's even beneficial to learn the spell within.
While I will not forbade you from it, no, I do not believe that it is. I'll even tell you, the spell is it's a whopping kind of spell. You already know a little bit about the power of the Dragon King. Easiest to understand, the command of the Dragon King. It preys on, it controls the instincts of dragons. This book is on how to warp that kind of magic. How can you warp not even just that kind of power, but you could go as far as saying warping someone's essence. If you could enact on it, as was initially designed.
Why would he want this?
I assume to change something.
Change a dragon?
Change a
his father?
spell, change a person, maybe change someone's mind.
So this works on more than just dragons.
If you can use it in the way that Lorthun, the Ancient One, did, then yes. It's a dangerous book. Very powerful. There's a reason it was stowed away, and not given lightly. Also, be prepared to give something that you're not necessarily prepared to get back.
As I said, we're not planning on acquiring the book. We just wanted to know if it was worth acquiring.
Worth is a matter of perspective. And from my perspective, no. The knowledge would be dangerous, acquired by any, especially Vorthalax. His nickname of the Viper is apt. While I maintain my neutrality in this, he's sly. If he asks you for a favor, I can't exactly encourage it, but I am neutral. I will serve the Dragon King, whoever that might be.
Of course. Well, I apologize for my tardiness and the state that you found me in.
As he looks to the bath, he says, "Well,
Perhaps.
I suppose I might be able to find something new for it. Maybe a new use, a new effect."
I'm gonna pull out some crystals from the crystal eye that I have had stored.
I know this is not going to cover the costs, but these have potent magical effects. Perhaps they
his
can be
hand.
utilized.
He takes them and almost like kind of looks through them like a deck of cards as he kind of like shuffles through them. He goes,
Basically, I have blue, purple, white, and green.
"Okay." He looks through the different stones. He says, and kind of puts them together a little bit. He goes, "Where did you get this type of dragonstone?"
That's Dragonstone.
"It's diluted." He starts to almost like look through it. He brings one up close to his eye, almost like a jeweler would, as he starts to look into it, and you watch his eye go more reptilian, much closer to an actual dragon, as he starts to inspect it. He says, "It's polluted. It's been imbued with magic of some kind."
Well, as you know, I
Payment
can't
accepted.
necessarily tell you where, but I can tell you what. It's a prison.
Fascinating. Well, again, payment accepted. Tardiness forgiven. Experimentation to be had. Do you need anything else?
Just as many small magical items and trinkets that you do not care to lose that would be available.
I will see about having trinkets delivered. I believe there was a few requests that need to be carried out anyways. I know they're in midst. I'll add to the order. And I believe your conquest on the morrow is going to be...
I thought we had tomorrow off.
Apologies. Your conquest. Your next conquest. I don't know what you did. It's been influenced again. This is the most the Dragon Festival has changed in... Well, really, for any Dragon Festival I can recall. But I'm sure you'll be fine. Now, if you don't have anything else...
No.
As he starts walking, noteworthy for you, as he walks into the hallway, he turns left rather than going right out of his manor.
Left towards the
door that seems
missing
to
door,
disappear.
yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm following him. just to the edge to look.
As you get to the edge, you do see him seemingly open the door, walk through, and shut it behind him.
Gone before. I know it. All right.
And with that, that is where you guys are all going to be effectively meeting back up from doing your different activities. I'm going to say you guys are meeting up into the later hours of the evening, completing your varying tasks, your research in the study. And you guys are going to meet up for dinner, and that is where we are going to end for tonight. To pick up next week to both discuss the findings of your different excursions.
I'm going to say this. Before we left the library, probably because he was looking to the book, right?
He was the one who was actually talking to him about the book. He was studying alchemy.
Oh, he was studying alchemy. He was
And then
looking
you
to the
said
book.
I noticed when he got the book, and I'm probably going to talk to him about it a little bit.
Well, we can do that, but that will be next
that might have
week.
to happen.
Okay. So it'll be just beforehand. We'll pick up with you guys, meeting back up with Clay, just as you have finished researching in the library or investigating. But that is where we're going to end for tonight. Thank you everyone for hanging out. We appreciate you, Jasmine.
Have a good
Thank you
night.
for always keeping us company. Have a great week. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye.